Hi, Tiffany.
Hello.
How you doing, dear?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
Good, good,
Sorry for the interruption.
good, good. We're all running to get our supplies before the tariffs hit. I just thought I'd let you know.
Thank you. I was just trying to be helpful. I didn't mean to offend
No,
anybody.
no, you're all right. I'm just joking around, you know. Uh, I thought it was great. You're awesome.
Right back at you, Toots.
What'd you say?
I said, right back at you, Toots.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so dun, dun, dun. Okay, so got the YouTube thing going. All right, we're gonna close that out. And okay, so right now, it is January, February, March, April, May 6th and 2025. And this is Hoof Chat number, well, how many years have we been doing? We've done over what? We've done at least 300 of these
I've been on
since,
since September of 2018.
okay, so uh pretty much every week except for a few months here and there, you know. So the, at least we've done at least 300 easy. Isn't that a mind blower? Okay, so today we're doing hoof evaluations. And first one we're going to do is um Rachel. And I'm going to have you tell us a little bit about this horse, Rachel.
Okay. Her name is Mally. She's an 11-year-old quarter horse,
Okay.
probably 14 two hands maybe.
Okay.
Um, Trained as a reiner, and she's my daughter's show horse.
Okay.
Um, I just got her in November. I She's probably been shod most of her life.
Hmm.
Uh, that's all I know.
Okay. Sounds good. That's all we need to know and stuff. Well, okay, so we're going to look at her feet. Do you have a picture of the whole horse by any
Yeah.
chance? Okay,
Yep.
would you share that with me so we can take a look at her?
Hmm.
Let's see here. Okay, now I just have to think of what I'm doing because um let's see. Do. I need to share. Well, wait a second. Let me get into Facebook and okay. Let's see. I'm slow as molasses in January today. Let's see. Oh, I'm just waiting for you to share a picture of me. Here, let me share this though. Where's the Zoom? Share. There we go. Okay, so this is the pictures of what's this mare's name again?
Her name's Mally.
Mally. Okay, is that
Yep.
like something related to her papers?
Yes, her registered name is Maleficent Doll.
Okay. And like what kind of breeding is she out of? Raining,
Reining and cutting.
yeah, raining and cutting. And
And I say full body
oh, sorry,
stuff.
you kind of cut out there.
See her
Um, so basically what happened to this foot? Okay, so Mally has one high, one low. We're gonna see that right here. What you call high low. And so all this is, horses' feet when the heels are trimmed out are gonna do one of two things. Usually the feet will each foot will do kind of the same thing. If they're going to be high, they're going to be high. If they're going to be low, they're going to be low. Um, but then on occasion, you get these ones that one foot decides to be high and the other decides to be low. And so this one here, which is the left front, decided it wanted to be high, and this one decided it wanted to be low. But the reason is it's just all in how the bulbs are responding. The bulbs and the cartilage and the whole back of the foot is responding to having the heels lowered. Like in this case, um, somehow, whatever he did here on the left, it made the bulbs just curl in and keep a high hairline. And the toe did not shoot forward. The horn tubules, like the here, let's get a copy of this. Save image. Let's see. Yeah, all this, all from the same, all this hoof stuff, all from the same deal, lowering the heels. And then the foot starts to grow in a way it never, the capsule starts growing in ways it never should have. And let's see here. New share, got a new share. So anything we see on one horse, applicable on every other horse, one way or the other. Because it is all a response of trimming the heels low. Trimming the heels low leads to hoof distortion. Different kinds of hoof distortion, but it all starts here in the back of the foot. So, okay. So let's just look at this here. I need to annotate because when we do these hoof evaluations, okay, the biggest thing is understanding what is the true foot of the horse. How is the capsule supposed to be shaped on the foot? What is the foot supposed to be shaped like? And of course, we really want to look at these cartilages here. And like here, notice that let me do a lighter color here. On this one that stayed high, she's high up here. On this one, you see that it's pulled down. And she's actually got kind of more of a bulb here, right there. Now there's a little bit of mud there. I'm looking at kind of how this growth ring here goes right to there. So her bulb is right there, and then her wall is probably here. But and then on her growth ring goes to there. So she didn't. It doesn't show a lot of bulb here, but when you look at the way she is now, you're going to see more bulb. Let's see here. And then her heel went down like this. So every time that they lowered the heel on this foot, that she pulled the foot back up and curled the heels around behind her to make heel so that her hairline would be up. And then on this one, every time they lowered the heel, what happened was, just a minute, let me get a, what happened was they lowered the heel, it lowered the angle of the horn tubules, and in this one, the horn tubules decided to grow forward like this, probably even more so like that. And so this one stayed down and the horn tubules grew forward. This one, you see the horn tubules are right here. They didn't this foot for some reason, who knows, uh what mechanical thing happened to be going on at the time that she just decided she was going to be able, she was able to pull her foot back up and curl the heels around back and stuff. So because her foot kept raising up, Therefore, the horn tubules were never at a lower angle long enough like this to push forward and grow forward. Whereas in this foot, at one time, these horn tubules would have been like that, but when they lowered the heel, it set them at a lower angle like that. And this foot did not rise up and do that number, which some of them don't, a lot of them don't. And instead, these horn tubules here that should be like this pushed forward and kind of what happens, it's like you're losing the back of the foot while you're extending the whole toe out forward. And in this one, uh, she just kept growing higher and longer, probably getting a lot of sole here in the toe. And well, and look at the growth ring on her going down like that right there. That's not quite right either. Um, okay, so now the thing is, how do we take these 2 feet and trim them so that they will grow back correctly and be matched? Because really, horses should have matched feet, matched in heights, that's got to affect her body and her shoulders and everything like that, as if you or I were to wear a shoe with one really thick sole, like a platform shoe and then a moccasin. That would affect us how we move.
Linda,
Yeah,
can I just mention something?
sure. Please,
I
anybody do.
understand that this horse is a right-handed horse, right?
Uh-huh.
So what I know, and because I study I do body work also, so it might
Mm-hmm.
make sense and will add something to that.
Uh-huh.
Usually, the horses that are right-footed on the front, right?
Mm-hmm.
They keep the right front under them and close to the midline, and it's
Mm-hmm.
generally more flat. And the
Mm-hmm.
left one will be higher, and
Uh-huh.
it depends on the position of the scapula. So it would be good also for the owner. Sorry, I didn't catch the name, to
Rachel.
check. So the right scapula will be forward and rolled under, and the left scapula will be stuck backwards towards the rear.
Mm-hmm.
And, it will be just glued to the body. So I think when you start working with the feet, it will be important to address body to help you um, to rehabilitate the feet, because if the body is not addressed, then it will be hard for you, because it will be going against what you're doing to the feet. I'm sorry if it makes sense to
Oh, if the
you,
body
Linda.
got used to holding their muscles one way
Yeah.
to like to
Yes.
keep from being in pain to
And it
begin
would be
with because of the
interesting to
feet.
see if they're if somebody has other horses in the reverse pattern, that they use their left front more than the right, but usually it's just because of the natural asymmetry. That's the regular pattern. Or if you have high and low, and it largely depends on the shoulder, the scapular positioning. So I just think it should be considered maybe when she's rehabilitating the horse.
Okay.
Yes, and she definitely does. When she grazes, she stands with her left forward all the time. Or, sorry, the right is
The
always
right
forward
one.
and
Yeah.
weighted. The
Yeah.
left is always
So
back.
maybe
And
it just could
sometimes,
be something, with respect to body could be incorporated, but we can discuss it later. I just thought it's important because it's part of the whole thing, right?
Yeah,
yeah. And
makes
I've
sense.
started putting side hobbles on the right side
Mm-hmm.
and encouraging her to graze with the left foot forward
Mm-hmm.
just for like 20 minutes a day,
Okay.
just to stretch out that
Stretch
left
out that
side. And
muscle and stuff.
yeah.
The thing is, the reason they do this is because they can't do anything else.
Yeah.
hmm
Okay. They can't do anything else uh because you got one low heel and one high heel. And if you understand the mechanics of what that's doing to their tendons and the way they're holding their foot, they
hmm
they just can't, you know.
Right.
um, and stuff like that. Like, see, and I personally believe that it starts in the feet, period. That it has nothing to do uh with whether they're right-handed or left-handed or this or that. I mean, in that it is all in the way their foot develop. Well, it might when they're a foal, it might tend to, you know, that direction. But because the farriers don't know what they're doing to begin with, okay, and don't recognize certain things, then yeah, that foal, that young horse might be right-handed, putting one foot forward, one foot back, and so it starts to grow that way due to that. Okay, but then what happens is they start trimming them that way. They don't recognize it. They start trimming them a certain way, and then it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse, you know?
Hmm.
So, uh, but to me, I'm always gonna be, yeah, it's a foot thing. It's not an anatomy or a conformation thing, you know, simply because they have denied, I could probably be going too far the other way, okay? But simply because they have denied everything about the feet, you know. Um, got somebody in the group that's I guess they have started learning farriery or something like that. And so this person's posting some deals and they posted a picture of a foot that was shod and looked like 10 times god awful, big old long toe and ripples in the hoofs and all that stuff. And they said on there that, oh, this was due to selenium poisoning, you know. And it wasn't due to selenium poisoning, it was due to lousy, un ignorant hoof care when you have farriers who think they know what they're doing but don't. That's the cause of it ultimately. Because too, how, and well-meaning, believe you me, everybody's well-meaning. Nobody wants to go out there and cripple horses on purpose. Unfortunately, this is exactly what's happening. Um, and they just don't realize it. So it's just interesting to look at the different way that these feet developed. Um, and what I like about what Ellen has said is you're going to have to do some body work with the horse to get because the muscles have to be retrained, you know? My horse is a horrible cribber. You wouldn't believe the muscles that horse has developed, and what it's done to him. When I took him to the equine vet, or no, the equine dentist, they have to put him in this halter thing and raise their head. Guess what? He didn't want to raise, it was real hard for him to raise his neck muscles because he has developed such a strong muscles in his neck from cribbing, you know, and he started cribbing when I trimmed his feet out for 10 years. See? And he used to get colic. He used to colic. He used to crib. Well, he still cribs, but anyway. Uh, so just these habits and these things, this is going to affect the muscles. So yeah, that I definitely see how what you're saying about how this is going to affect that, and you're going to have to address the muscle issue is true. It's just that the only thing with me is I don't ever really believe that it is starts. I believe that the main problem is the shoeing. Okay, that's all. The trimming. Okay, so I wanted to draw on this. Where am I? Da, 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 da. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so it's just interesting. I just want to follow the growth rings so we can just see the difference in the feet. Um, Let's look at this one. Something like that. And then the horn tubules are right there. And this one is what a difference, huh? Let's do this. Well, that's something. Okay, let me X that out. Just wanted to look at that. Okay, so let's go down a bit here. Just a second. Look at them from the side. Just the difference in how the bulbs are. Like this one, um, definitely there is more anatomy twisted in and pushed into the coffin joint right here. See how big the lump is? So you know that it's rotating. She's all this anatomy and the contracted heels pushing up into the coffin joint is causing the toe to rotate down and back, which is, you notice how here when she had shoes on, she still has kind of a mess. Well, you just can't see it in this toe, but she's still rotated here. But you just can't see it in the way this glob of a toe has been formed. But here you can really see it. Here you can see that this is definite rotation going on in her foot from this anatomy being pushed in here, which is pushing into the coffin joint, which is forcing it down and back. And so now she's developed a ski tip, and now it's looking like a club foot, you know. And so then this one, um, the issue here is still got to start backing up these horn tubules and allowing keep growing this area here, but need to take a little off of this toe and maybe put a bit of a notch in here. Let's see. Okay, so let's go look at some other pictures here. Just a minute. Okay. Get to see what this girl look. Oh my God, she's beautiful. She's really pretty. Aw, what a
Yeah,
pretty
she's a pretty
girl.
girl.
What?
She's a pretty girl.
She is. She's beautiful. Ah, we need to, her needs to have, and even in this picture, look at, just a minute. Let me take a cappy so we can look close. Mm, okay. Just, oh, that's the same one. Just a second here. I thought well, I've downloaded about 1 million copies here accidentally. And you can tell me if what I'm seeing is correct here. Um, let's see, share. Okay, so if we're to zoom in on this foot here, and that's the high foot. Now let me annotate. Okay, it looks like it goes like that. Do you understand what I'm saying there?
Yeah.
Does it? Or
Mm-hmm.
have you noticed?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, because it's supposed to go just like this, you know. Let me redo that. That's not good. Need a different. Just a minute. Okay, I know it's blurry, but I'll do white. Okay, so you can see that it goes like that. Okay, when it's supposed to go more like that. See what I'm saying? So that right there tells us that all that anatomy is shoved up, shoving that coffin joint forward, which is shoving the internal toe back. All right, so the main thing is got to get that anatomy out of there to start unrolling and coming out. And then that bump will go away and she'll quit getting that, she'll quit rotating internally. And that's got to be really hard on these joints, you know? Oh, let's see here. Well, she's just so pretty. Okay, and look, you see this foot here? Okay, it doesn't have a lump like that. See, it's normal. And be interesting seeing her from the other side, that other foot. Because usually if they get pulled down, they don't seem to take on that same lump. And have you ever had this foot x-rayed, Rachel?
Sorry. Yes.
You have?
I do have an x-ray of it. And she does have rotation in that foot.
Well, aren't I a good guesser? Ha ha.
Mm-hmm.
Pays looking at thousands of photos and not having a life. Okay. Yeah, I have a life. Looking at feet. Um, well that's interesting. Could you share can you share the x-ray?
Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome. How about that, people? Got x-ray vision,
Cool.
which that reminds me, I gotta show you something here. Give you a pretty horse to look at while I'm looking for something here. Just a second here.
While you're both looking, can Rachel remind me, you purchased this horse when, and she went barefoot when?
I bought her in no I bought her in mid-October and we took her shoes off mid-November.
Thank you.
Okay, I got something special here for you. I'm gonna be selling these. All right. You're the first to know and stuff like that. It'll be available through our Facebook page. Now I know, like before, I haven't really charged or, been never into selling stuff, right? Because this wasn't about money. Okay, but look, a person has to make a living. All right. And now that I'm on Social Security and limited on my means, I have decided that I've got to sell this to try and make ends meet. So anyway, get it while supplies last. That's all I'm going to say. Okay. Here you go.
Sign me up. I'll take two.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll take a set too.
Are there tariffs?
All right. So I'll read this. Spectacular X-ray spec. Now, those of us who are older who used to read comic books, they had ads for these in the back of the comic book and stuff where you could get your X-ray specs. So, okay, so it says spectacular X-ray specs. Horse owners, tired of paying out the yang to have your horse's feet trimmed or attend expensive clinics to learn to trim them yourself only to do a worse job? X-ray specs are the answer for you, for your prayers. There you go. Okay. Anyway, had to add some brevity to today's subject. Okay. Let's see. Let's go back now. And
Can we go back to the quadrant pictures for a moment? I just want to,
yeah,
I think I don't want to project my
you
feelings on
mean you
Rachel.
mean these?
Let me see. Yes, that top left.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a dish starting to happen there. And
Oh
I'm
yeah.
nervous that Rachel's feeling like she caused this. And I feel like it was there before.
Oh yeah.
And I just want
Yeah, it
to
is.
say that out loud. This was,
Yeah, it's still there.
Yeah, it was just rasped down before.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, you just couldn't see it, you know. That's what dressing down the wall does. They dress those wall down. This one's the same right here. He's been dressing the wall down and so makes it look like that, but in truth, it's the guy had this going on too, you know. Okay, so just a second here. Did you send the x-ray? Oh, yes, you did. Okay. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Let's see.
So that's the low foot.
This is the low foot? Really?
I'm pretty sure. Go to the other one.
Okay. Let's see. I didn't see that you sent to. Okay. Okay. Dum-dum-dum-dum. Ah, yep. Okay. Okay. Oh, wow. You can really see the rotation in this. You sure can.
And the
Let,
dish.
yeah. Yep, you sure can. Yep. So all this anatomy pushing up into there, pushing the coffin joint forward, which forces, it is forcing that rotation. And you see the shadow. Do you see that shadow right there? Anybody
Yeah.
else see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is where the foot belongs. Okay. Um, so when you see these shadows, let's look at the other foot. Okay, you can see there's not just barely shadow right here. So actually has a good connection of the wall here with no rotation. But here you see more of a shadow because see, this coffin bone was meant to fit right in here. And of
Is-
course, oh, were you gonna say something?
Yeah, is that where a laminar wedge would form?
Yep. Yeah. The lamina will just keep multiplying and that wedge will form because the wall is trying to hold on to the lamina on the foot. Well, then your toe is getting forced down onto the sole instead of fitting in this. Let me do the annotate here. Do yellow. Okay, so you got this. Yeah, well, I cannot draw. So right here, and then and you see that little ski tip there. So originally it fit over in here, a place like that. Now as it pulled back, and it was forced down on the sole, it wore the tip off and made it flat. And the sole keeps growing. And so it filled up this little area. You can see that there's sole growing in there. It's kind of uneven. And so, uh, and this is all from the fact that the anatomy in the back is curved in and pushed in to the foot here. And just look at all this, the frog and stuff, the way it's just weird and how they just, this toe got kind of weird and long. And that happens too because they dress down the dorsal wall and then they take away the stability of the wall, and so the wall kind of bulges in the front. So you
And
got, oh, go ahead. What?
something I just noticed. So the X-ray is from last March,
Uh-huh.
um, when she was being trimmed or shod, whatever, um, by the farrier that had taken care of her whole life since birth.
Huh. Yep.
And then my friend bought her in March, did these X-rays, switched to her farrier, and he's the one who had shot her in that picture from November. And
Okay.
he looks like he's been dressing the walls down more. In the X-ray, she has more toe.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm wondering if him dressing the walls down more made it worse.
Yeah. Yeah, could be because when you shorten the toe, okay, it has a tendency to then start pushing the toe back as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, uh, so that way, I mean, the back of the foot is being pushed forward and in. So when you shorten these toes, then the wall is no longer trying to pull the toe forward and stuff. So then it bends even more. Yeah, so it would have got steeper. Let's look at how steep that other, kind of take a look at this, just a minute here, and then go look at the new one here. Now look at the difference in the tip of the coffin bone. And you can see, just a minute, I'm going to save this image. See, so many interesting things that we are seeing here, that just play right exactly into what we know is really going on anyway. So this is a great study and a great case that we have here. Um, just a minute here. Do, 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 do. Okay, reshare. I want to enlarge these so you can really see them. Okay, so we're going to look at this foot. Okay, now can you see the shadow here around the tip of the toe?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is the sole corium we're seeing here. Under here and up here and the lamina, that we're seeing the soft tissue, and we're seeing that the tip of this coffin bone is lodged perfectly in this sole corium right here, and that the lamina is perfectly connected, and there is no wedge at all. I wonder if he was trying to grow this foot to look like the other one. You think? Because look
So
at,
when Farrier 2 came out to take her shoes off,
uh-huh,
he said that Farrier 1, who he is friends with,
uh-huh.
um, said to just keep her toes long and her heels short. That was his
Oh, for
his theory on
Christ.
life.
Toes long, does he shoe at the track too?
I don't know.
Do you see how interesting this is? This case, that you have this history on this case, that we have one high, one low foot, that now I knew nothing about the farriers, right? But I said it was from continually taking the heels down that this has done this to both these feet. It's just a different response each foot had, and now here, and I hadn't seen any x-rays, but I knew that one foot was rotated, right? Okay. So now we find the philosophy of the farriers and what they did. And it's just exactly what I said. Why is that? Because I'm psychic? No. And stuff, because of years and years and years of dealing with this, trying to fix my own horse, trying to understand with the help of all of you. See, could not have done this on my own. You need to know that it is this combination. As we sit here, we are learning. We are confirming things that we have been learning and stuff. I mean, it's an amazing thing. I learn at every hoof chat. You know, because this is how you learn, having open conversation. Okay, and you know what? Here's the deal. I want any of you to be able to comment about anything that you want to comment about. Doesn't mean that I will always agree with every aspect of what you say, but I want you to be able to disagree, okay? Um, and know that that's okay. Now there's some things, like, like, you know, you go advertising certain people as their trim being good too, when it's the total antithesis and opposite of what we do. Yeah, things might get a little funny there, but see, we have to be able to have an open discussion about stuff. Because that way you also challenge me, because, I could be wrong in my thinking on something. So anyway, we have to be able to really define. Now this is interesting. We have to be able to really define what we're seeing. Now this is interesting, where he's dressing down the wall and it's bulging. Okay? Look at this interesting shadow right here. See, the wall, look how thin the wall itself is. So these are the inner layers. There's your outer layer. The outer layer is bulging. Look at the difference. Look at this dark color of the wall up here, where it has not been dressed. You know why this is such a great x-ray? It goes to show that their so-called dressing down the wall does exactly what I've been saying it does, which is it weakens the outer stratum of the wall. And you got a 1,200-pound horse pressing down. I don't know how many pounds per square inch is coming down through here. But then the inner part of the wall is softer. And so it's making the wall bulge here. See? Which it wouldn't do if it had the full thickness of the wall going all the way down. So, but that's just their thing. And it's right there where they all start too, to usually to dress it down. Oh, now they are even dressing it down clear up into here. So this is a really interesting, really interesting. Now look at the frog. Look at the dead frog here. Look at how the frog is bent right here, pressing upward into the foot, directly under. What's that directly under right there? So let
The
me
big
tell you.
Clavicula.
Yeah, how about that? What a surprise, huh? So when in this foot, when they trim the heels down, it's pulling all the anatomy down. It's pulling the frog stay down like this, and then it's shoving the frog forward, which in this case, the frog bent up into the foot like that. This is exactly like the frog on the horse that I was trimming. Just a minute. We got to look at it. This I'm so glad that I'm glad you bought this horse, because these two x-rays and her feet and her history are telling us such a story here.
I really wish I had photos from the day of the x-ray, not 6 months later.
Yeah, but you know what? We can tell a lot from these x-rays. So I'm going to show you this deal here. Just a minute. Okay, where are my pictures? Here we go. Cartilage. Okay, screen share. Okay, so remember, this is a horse. This horse actually had a perfect foot before I got a hold of it when I was doing barefoot trimming on him. And after 8 months, I pulled the whole back of his foot down. Now his foot should have been like this right here. Okay, you can see where the heel is. Let me get some annotation going here. Okay, so his heel, this right here, this is the coronary band comes back like this. Should be about like this. Okay, now this, and here's his heel. This is his heel right here. So the heel buttress grows from right here. I need that just to be a little wider. Heel buttress grows from right here. That would be the heel buttress right there. This is how the foot originally was before I started trimming it. And so then when I started trimming it, it started pulling the coronary band down. And this is exactly what you have on the foot we just looked at. You have the coronary band curved down. Coronary band is supposed to be straight, so that can grow all the horn tubules like so. See? And the heels. And so I curved it down by gradually trimming the heels out, which then you would have your heel buttress growing like this. See how it changes the angle? And oops, ran into something there. Changes all the angle of the horn tubules to be like so eventually. See? And so then what happens is this frog here, right here, that's the frog. Okay, it was actually up here, high in the foot. And so this frog is still frog that this horse had when his foot was up like this. And what it did was, I want you to see how when it pulled all that down, it bent this frog up into the foot like so. See how it's bent up like that? Okay. So, and this is where, now when I took the hoof capsule off, I had this foot here. After it sat a couple days in some salt and borax, that cartilage went back up to where it's supposed to be, because that's what cartilage does. It pulled the foot back up. And at that time, I did not know that this was even going on. See, it was years later, looking at these pictures, it dawned on me what happened. And see, I had this picture here where I have the foot set on the frog. I had the hoof capsule in two pieces, and I'd taken the frog out. And I thought, I'm going to set this foot on the frog. And when I did, the frog did not fit it. And I remember wondering at the time, why doesn't the frog fit it anymore? It wasn't till years later that I was looking at these two pictures, this one here and this one here, that and by then I understood, more about foot binding, things like that, that it dawned on me, aha, that is why the frog did not fit the foot. Because when you pull the foot down, then the frog will grow from that position. Now you can still have old frog that's been there for a long time. It will bend that frog, but then from the position the foot is bent in, it will grow other frog that will absolutely bind the foot right in that position. So now again, look at the shape of this frog, how it's bent, pulled down and bent up into the foot. Okay, so now let's see. Now let's go back and look at that X-ray. Just a minute here. Somewhere here. There we go. Okay, is that the one we were looking at? Yeah, okay. Yes, okay. Okay, now I'm going to draw this on here for you because I can really see this ancient, it's got to be ancient frog. Let's see. Okay, where's the annotate? There we go. Okay, here's the frog, just exact. Well, look here. Remember how you seen this little part up like this on my frog? Then look, it goes down like that. Then it goes up like that and down like this. It's shaped just exactly like that frog we were just looking at on that foot with the back of the coronary band pulled down. Isn't that amazing? That just amazes. That blows me away. Huh. Are you guys kind of seeing this?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So is that why you suggest we start trimming with the frogs and bars to release that pressure so things can start moving?
Yeah, because once the foot is deformed, once the foot has been forced into this position, and then the frog grows from that position, it's going to keep your foot right there. One thing that can happen though, another thing that can happen is it can take this old frog here and it can shove it way up into the foot like so. And then you wind up cutting the rest off, okay? And you will have an old piece of frog that's been dead for years, stuck way up in your foot. I've got which I don't know quite where it's at, but I've got okay, that guy, Van Horst, that does those plastic slices of hooves, he has one, and I have a picture of it somewhere, where it's a slice of the center of the hoof, and it's got an old piece of frog way up in it, like this, just sitting there. See, and I've found that on the pony. I've found it on the pony. I've found old dead frog that I didn't know was there in other places on the sides, things like that. And this is why we're gonna have to become real frog experts, manicurists. Really,
Linda,
yeah.
so that old frog, does it kind of come down then as things improve? Does that grow down or does it just stay stuck up inside?
Well, I think it can stay stuck if you don't get it out. Um, I'm using all kinds of different tools. lately. Like I learned something yesterday. I did all 4 feet on Valor. Oh my God, I thought I was gonna die. I was out there from like 10 till 6, you know, and I wasn't going to, what I'm finding is I was never taking off enough frog um often enough. Now, of course, I'm talking about a horse that's got some heels, because you're not wanting to I don't think anyway that you're wanting to release everything really quickly in a horse that his heels are trimmed out, you know. Um, but I discovered areas of the frog yesterday that I had not seen before, that were kind of deep and buried, and really came to understand. See, because I'm starting to trim frogs by feel, by sight and by feel, by the color change and by feel, how it feels to me. And so I can feel if there's really thick, hard frog in the, rear sulcus, whatever, between the frog lips, where the frog stay is, um, all that, all that has to be loosened up. Um, you've got to get rid of frog that's been there for years, or just, it may be growing and you're trimming it out, but it's growing from a place where the foot was bound. And so it is keeping, like on Valor, his frog lips are curved when they're supposed to be, they're supposed to be straight. And so just putting all these little bits and pieces together, his bulbs are expanding like never before. Um, I know that that frog is going to come back under and up into the back of the foot where it belongs. But I also am believing, at least at this time, that you have to understand how that frog is holding that part of the foot, and you have to be able to get in there to start to relieve it. Like if your heels are contracted and then your frog grew that way, it's just gonna hold them right there, because that frog has to be able to widen out and expand. Now, then you have the opposite situation where the foot went wide and pulled the frog way wide out of bounds. In that case, you have to trim frog like along the sides of the central sulcus and the commissures and stuff to be able to come back to a more narrow, natural shape. Um, things like that. And then learning to take sole out too. you know, learning how to get that sole down, the bars down, everything, so that the horse still has protection, but stuff can kind of move. See? Okay, just a second here. Let me undo this. Okay. Well, this is just fascinating here, what I'm looking at. Let's see. Let's go back to here. Hmm. Let's I want to save an image of this and look at it enlarged as well. Let's see, share. Okay. Okay, so everything wrapped in and pushed up into here. And see how you can see. I mean, I can really see here how it's pushing this joint forward, you know, and wore the toe off. Again, you can see the shadow of where it should have been. you know. And this is why it's such a bad thing if you shorten the toes on these, because then this here, just a minute here, let me find the annotate. Because then this coffin bone, that, see how it should have been right in there? That's where it should have been. Okay, then, and so it would have been about this much longer. So see how it's worn down the tip of it there? And so then if it's like this and you bring that toe back, because that toe is forcing it to remain forward, okay, then what happens is you bring the toe back, then it can make it go back even further like that. And then if you don't, you've got to get this released so that the anatomy will come out of there to take the pressure off of what's pushing this forward. And you can see, um, all this excess frog in here is also doing that. I mean, look at here. So you're just seeing shadows you shouldn't be seeing. Like this is kind of weird. What you're seeing is going up here. Kind of like that. That could actually be old frog way up in there. See, all of this is either some soul. This is definitely funky frog material here. All that. So, and it's interesting over here too. You see, as the foot pulled back and the toe wore out, but it kept healing and growing sole, then it grew this weird shaped sole in here as well as it pulled back. Okay. All right. Well, okay, the end. We're done for today. Now I know what's wrong. Now what do I do? Uh, let's see here. Okay. Oh,
So as you release the back end of this hoof, what prevents the toe from coming back with that expansion?
Well, because you have the long toe, what happens is the back of the foot will release, but then you'll see the toe shoot forward. And then if you're like me, finally you can't stand it anymore, and you'll come in here and take the toe back, which will totally disrupt the sole wall connection, and then you might as well almost forget it. I'll tell you what, that screws these horses up bad. Because that's what I did to my pony. I mean, I should have you don't want to let it get out here 10 feet, but you got to be real careful about disrupting the sole laminar wedge connection in this toe. So if it shoots out forward, you just kind of have to slightly manage it until you can get more of the back of the foot established. Then you can start gradually taking the toe down and back. On this foot would come together. Feet where you got way more coffin bone wore out, it's a lot harder. This foot, even Valor had almost this much of a ski tip at one time. So this foot should come back together. She's still got good connection up here in the wall, up in here. Doesn't look like it's rotated all the way up to the coronary band, which would be right here. It's come just right about to here.
Linda,
Right
can I
about to there. This will all come back together. It's when the rotation, you got a big shadow up here too. See, when that happens, when it's rotated and the coronary band has turned in the capsule right here, that's when, let me see here. Okay, that's when you got stuff growing like this. Like instead of like your coronary band to be here and your wall is growing down like so from it, okay? That's when instead, let's see, where is the coronary band here? Well, it's about here. Okay, instead of growing down like this, like what you see here. Okay, this is still good. You got this number. This is rotated in here. And so now it can't grow down. Now it'll grow like this. See, it makes a turn because this turned in there. And so now it goes up, over, up, and down like that. And that's where you get where the growth rings will be wide in back, but super narrow in front because it just won't. That's why you can't get the walls to grow anymore. See? Or it's not because it's not growing, it's because this is rotated, turned. It's turned in there downward. And so now it's growing out, up, over, and down.
Thank you.
Let's see here. Okay. So let's go back to the to this page. Okay, so pretty girl. Okay, so this was in November of 24, and you can see how she just wanted to make heels. And the bulbs, I know that they are twisted around and in because ideally her foot, let me annotate again. Ideally, her foot should come down and be at least like that. See over here, it is a little wider. See how it comes around like that? Where it's just like this over here. But ideally, she should come down and be wider even. So she does have these heels here are pulled in. Her bulbs, I'm sure, are pulled in way inside here. Okay, so it's interesting how they left that frog like that. And like originally, if they were taking the heels down, okay? Now, something I'm seeing here already shows me that they took the heels down and that this horse still wrapped its bulbs in and made heels. Some of this is growth. You see these flaps here? They would have taken the heels down and these flaps, okay, they don't grow like this. These flaps only happen when you are taking the heels down to frog level or more, which farriers do at times. and then these flaps from trimmed out heels will come loose. This periopal flap will come loose like this. This is not natural, what you see here. Now, I've seen this when I was taking the heels down, uh, when I learned the Strasser Cheryl Henderson method, which, originally I started just taking them back to the base of the frog. That in and of itself gradually trim your heels out, especially if you trim the frog. But what I learned from Cheryl Henderson, which was certain heel measuring from the hairline here. Let me do a different color. From the hairline here to the end of the heel, here's the heel. Okay, she had a thing she believed in, which was, you see where that periopal flap, if we were to cut it off, where it would end right here? From here to here is about usually, well, actually here, this periopal flap would end more here. But anyway, usually where they end is at 1 1/8 inch. Okay. And so what I've seen is when you're growing the heel in, you will see similar flaps. When you're trimming the heels out, you will definitely see these flaps. And so she had the idea that wherever the flap was a what they call a constant, meaning that's the heel height. That should be what the heel height is. But what it really was as you lowered the heel, then the periopal here and the foot would curl in, and then that skin would just come loose. That's all. That's all that was happening. It is not the natural height of the heel or anything like that. But you'll see this when the heels are contracting, and what happens then is you think your heel grew when it didn't. See, like you would come into this foot and think, look at how the heels grew. Well, the heels really didn't grow. What happened, I mean, some of it is growth, but some of it is the heels contracting at the same time, even on a shoe. So let's see here. Let me undo this. Man, just look how weird that looks. Look at that. That is periopal flaps there. That is so strange looking. So that's what they did. They lowered the heels, and this was the response of that foot just curled in. Let's see here. I want to look at this closer. See what they look like on the other side? Look at the uh periopal tubules right there. Very interesting. And then, what makes me wonder, like, did the top of the foot contract, but since the bottom was, nailed to the shoe, it just kind of stayed out, but the top of the foot really, like up here, the bulbs contracted. Because look at this weird frog material here. Something different happened there. So, and the frog is bent. See how it's bent? So what they did was they took the heels down, left the toe long, um, and then the top of the foot, the bulbs themselves contracted and pulled up anyway. And they took this wall here, which would have been further out this way, and they just sucked that wall in. They couldn't really, the heel itself, because everything's kind of connected to that shoe there, they couldn't really pull the heel itself, but they pulled, like, it'd be like this, like, let's see. Okay, where's the annotate? It'd be like instead of, let me get a different thing to use here. Okay, instead of like this, would have been wider like this. Okay, but then what happened with the bulbs was the bulbs just sucked in and pulled under the foot, but the actual heel part here stayed there. See, like this, like it would have been like this, more like that. Or like that. And so then what happened when they lowered that heels, it just went like this. So your heel, what looks like heel, which really sidewall, is still right here. But this part of the foot just went like that. Well, so what did it do with this frog here? Okay, what did it do? When the frog was like this and the heels were semi-wide, what happened then? Then the back of the foot contracted in like that, even though the heels of the capsule stayed where they were, you know, like this part right here would have been out like this. And so the bulbs contracted and they pulled the heels in like that. And of course, then look what it did to the frog. I mean, look at that. Can you see that? Can you see how weird the back of this frog looks? Anybody else gathering on what I'm saying at all?
Yes.
It just got all
Yeah, I see
smooshed
it.
together.
I'm not hearing you if you're talking.
I said it
Volume
looks
turned
like it
way
got all
down. Am I
smooshed.
muted? Just a minute. Nope, I'm not muted. Tiffany,
We
were
can
you
hear
saying
you.
something?
We
Rachel,
hear you.
were you saying something? Why
We
aren't I
hear you.
hearing anybody? Just a minute. How did I get muted? Okay, there we go. Now you can talk.
Looks like the frog got smushed.
It does, doesn't it? Because it did. Because these heels here were out here. And what happened was, because they're low, because that foot wants to be up in the air. Okay? And so the foot pulled up anyway. She's got really strong cartilages. For them to still be straight like they are with all this Yahoo going on, she's got super strong cartilages. And so lowered that foot. That foot said, nope, I'm not going to be down there, like the nose on your side of your face, you know. And Steph said, no, I don't want to be down there. And instead the foot, now remember that the frog is, even though it's growing from and connected to the foot, it's like your hair, okay? Or your fingernails or whatever. Um, it, when the foot itself is moved into a different position, it's going to take whatever frog was there and pull it with it. And so now you just see this is just odd and weird looking and bulgy and funky, because this heel that was like this went like that, and then it pushed that frog up right there. See? And like this here, like I said, these flaps, you don't get that unless you've trimmed the heels down, and then the foot moves and changes those flaps because the capsule got smaller. And in this case, the capsule got smaller. It went from here to there, And from here, well, from over here to there, and it just took that frog and smooshed it forward and in. All right, is everybody seeing that? Kinda?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Because remember, this is a shoe. You know, this is like it's the capsule's independent of the foot, even though it grows from it. Like if I could take a full capsule off of my horse now, and then or even if I just say took um a a perfect plaster cast of it, and then I started trimming its heels out, okay, you would see the way that that hoof capsule started to shrink up. And then if you were to look at the frog, the way it was originally, and the frog, the way it is, you know, 2 years later after I've been barefoot trimming, it's going to be a completely different size. Because as you trim the heels out, the foot is compressed into a smaller unit, and then it grows the frog from a different distorted position, which is smaller. So this would have bent that frog up. You can see where it's kind of curved here, would have bent it up more into the foot than it already was. Okay, so anyway, well, interesting, interesting. See, I couldn't figure out what happened here. First of all, these bars would have kept the bottom of the heel right where it's at. Okay, but not the top that's connected to the top of the foot. When that foot come up, it just sucked all that in and pushed that frog forward. Well, interesting, very interesting. Let's see. Okay, well, let's go on here. So, you know, we spend a lot of time on this kind of stuff because let's face it, if you don't really understand what's happening and how it happened to be, well, first of all, you got to know what the true foot is. Second of all, if you don't understand how hoof distortion happens and how the foot got that way to begin with, how can you then determine and work out a way to undo what's been done? See, we have to have perfect understanding in how this stuff happens. Um, let's see. Okay, let's go back to here. Well, this is so enlightening. Um, I'm just learning a ton. Okay, so now here's what we are dealing with. See? Now, just a second here. Okay, so I'm going to put these two together. I've got these pictures somewhere here. Well, I'll just take another one. And I'm going to put them together in a picture so that we can look at them and compare as to what has happened. You know, see, now the picture with the shoe on Rachel, that was the last time she was shod by that guy
Yes.
with the take the heel down, leave the toe long.
No, that was Farrier 1 that took heel and left toe. I think Farrier 2 was opposite.
Why do you think that?
I can't remember why. Something about what he said.
Okay. So you think he left some heel, even
I
though Farrier 1 told him to take heel, take heel, leave toe?
Yes.
Okay.
Because he said he didn't follow that guy's advice.
Oh, okay. So he may have took the toe back.
Right. I think he
Okay.
was dubbing the toes more,
Ah, okay.
but I don't he was doing with the heel.
Okay. Um, so Okay, just a second here. Let me get that one up. Now let me go get this other one copied. So interesting. Wait. It's like a puzzle. It's like being obsessed with a puzzle. What is going on?
That image with the peeling periopal reminds me of when you like shuck corn in the silk. You can see the lamina.
Yeah, it does. Let's see. Okay, got that. Got that. Okay. Sorry, it's taking a minute. I have to get them like the exact size because I'm like obsessive compulsive. Or something. Very interesting. Okay. Let's see. All right. So now I got to take a picture of it. And then I have to put it in Rachel's file. Uh-oh. Okay. And then I have to go retrieve it from Rachel's file. QRS screenshots. And voila. Let's see. Okay, now we have to share it. Okay. So, haha. Now see, this is how we know there wasn't anything you did. Okay, what it was. All right. So these heels contracted here already from the top. Let me do an annotate here. Okay, so remember how I was telling you that this foot would have been wider up here. Okay? And then the top of the foot contracted and brought the heel over like that. Okay? So, but the heels themselves could not really contract because they're stuck to an iron shoe. See that? And so, which goes to show that necessarily that heel contraction is not due to shoes, but due to how they trim. If anything, the shoe is preventing them from contracting as much. Okay. And so then what happened was when you take the shoe off, eventually the heel is going to be pulled around just like that over to here. And this is exactly what you see here. See there where the heel is? See there where the heel is? See where it was here? But it's only there because the shoe was keeping it there. Because when he trimmed the heels down, he still trimmed the heels down. The way I know for sure he did is because of the length of these flaps here. Okay. He trimmed these heels right down to however long these flaps were, which this end would have been attached right here. See, so this end was attached right here, and he trimmed it down, and then the heels contracted because that's what you do. That's what they do when you trim the heels down. The foot contracts. Reason it contracts, it wants to be back up in the air, and so it pulls really hard up in the air. And as it does so, in order to gain height, okay, it pulls this stuff around here. Now, look at also the difference of what now you can see how this is forced down. Okay, that wouldn't all this just shows us how stuff was forced. These heels contracted together, meaning the cartilage is right here. And so now look at the hairline's a little bit different now, you know. And so now it's a matter of getting these heels that are now curved around in here more. See, they go like this now. To where over here they just went like right to there and down. They're still curved in here. They're just more curved in over here. And that's because of what happened here. And so as soon as the shoe was taken off, they just came over more is all that happened. But it wasn't your fault. You didn't do it. It was already set in motion from what this guy here did.
Well, I'm glad it wasn't me.
Yeah, doesn't that make you feel good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you notice the difference? That the foot looked more contracted? Or did you think it did? Or
No, I don't think I noticed that.
okay. Well, something definitely going on here. What it is just contracted foot due to overlowering heels. So what you do is, so let's look at the bottom of the foot now, because ultimately what'll happen is um uh you'll see on my horse, I eventually had to cut out some of these hooks here so that the foot would widen out. Because as long as you have these hooks over here, boy, they really, that arch, they and curl, they really want to keep the foot curled in there. Because that is, if there is any heel buttress in there at all, that is so solid that it'll just keep that foot right like that. So, but that's why I have to come visit you so that we can do a full trim and I can show you how to do that. Just a minute here. What do you think about that?
I definitely would like that a lot.
Okay.
I
Do you
need all
think,
the help I can get.
oh man, don't we all? Do you think you would ever be able to cut that off?
Cut,
Huh?
cut those hooks off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can do
Okay.
it.
Well, that's good. Okay. And got a super clean. Now, did you ever get a Proxon?
I ordered one and I think it's coming straight from China because it's been a couple weeks. It's supposed to be here Wednesday, I think.
Okay. Wonder how that works. I wonder, like, on just single orders, how that works when you order stuff from places, like how that gets tariffed. I wonder, like somebody mailing something through the mail. How does that work? I wonder.
I have no idea.
You know?
Great question. I'm curious too.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna leave you to. I'm gonna. Uh, I need to go to the little girl's room here for a minute. So, let's get a different picture up here. Yeah, I could be now look, you just see the difference in the shape. You gotta notice the difference in the shape of this part of the foot. Okay? Like look here. See how that's different? Look how much wider this side is than this side, see? And lopsided, look at that. Still, yeah, this heel is more contracted than this one. Look at the distance. And still lopsided. So interesting, you know. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, so do you have oh, you have both, don't you? Nope. Now do you have this is the high foot, right? Do you have a sole view of the low foot?
Yes, I will send
Okay.
that to you.
Boy, here you can really see the hooks. Let's see here. You can really see how those hook in like that. Huh. You can just imagine what's in deep up in here that ain't been cleaned out in a very long time. I'd be interested to know exactly how far these bulbs are up in this foot here. They got to be at least like this. Now mine were this deep in the foot, all covered up by periopal frog, and you would have never known that the bulbs had been twisted and turned and shoved into the foot like that. And now my bulbs are right here. So they have gone from clear up in here and been pulled out, and the heels have widened. This part here is now clear over here. And the foot is wider in back than it's ever been. Okay, so I'm going to leave you looking at that. If you have, and then I'll be back here in a bit.
So who's around? Who's on here?
I'm here.
Oh, good. I was just wondering who else is here. I'm still driving the car, but I've been listening.
I'm here looking at the amazing things Linda says about this hoof.
I couldn't watch because I was driving the car, but I could, in my mind, since we've watched so much of these, I could picture it all in my head while I'm driving the car, which is kind of funny and scary at the same time.
There's still stuff that I'm seeing today that I haven't seen before.
Such as,
Just the way the hoof is behaving under the shoe and what happened when the shoe was taken off, and it's just very interesting.
I mean, yeah, shoes, everyone's either, I'm not anti-shoe, I'm not pro-shoe, I'm not whatever, it all depends on what you need. But the shoes can play havoc and they can also at times, I think, keep havoc from happening or at least slowing it down, like it did on that last hoof.
It's just a lot of good information.
It always is.
And that's the truth.
When I stop driving, in about 7 minutes, I can actually look again. I was coming home from my horse from his new barn. It's 40 minutes from home, but boy, is he happy there.
I have the same drive, 40, 45 minutes, and like you say, I listen to the recordings and you know, I resist the urge to look.
Yeah, it's how to die without really trying, especially on the back roads.
Well, I'm on a main highway.
Well, I had that, and then I get off the main highway, and then I'm on back roads. So both of them are dangerous to take your eyes off
No kidding.
of.
Yeah, for sure. Don't want to be looking at a screen.
I would
Stay
love to, but
alive.
I can't. I can't. But you know what? This whole frog trimming thing,
Yeah.
you know, in the beginning when I joined, we weren't doing it very much, and I kind of, just left the frogs kind of alone.
Hmm.
And recently, since all our revelations, I have really started trimming frog. And when I say really, it's scary how much is there that shouldn't be
Yep.
or
I
is
know.
old material. And the incredible changes that are happening to all of the hooves that I'm doing to it to are amazing.
That's awesome.
You know, frogs are moving, bars are moving, heels are opening up. And I just find it absolutely amazing since I started adding that work in much more attentive, being much more attentive to it.
Uh-huh.
The changes I'm seeing, even in hooves that were doing really well,
Yeah.
are really, really changing for the better now.
Wow, that's awesome.
It's
That's
just,
awesome. See, evidence-based, this evidence-based stuff, you
I
know.
just get shocked by the horses I only see every month. And I
Uh-huh.
come back and I look at it and I'm like, wow. Because I don't
That's
see
so
them every day.
great.
I only see them from, trim to trim. It's just amazing.
That's awesome. I'm so glad to hear that. And see, that helps me too. It confirms what I see. I'm only seeing it on my own horse, you know, and
Correct.
stuff. But I've been trimming him so long and know his feet so well that I know. So, so then, if it's a truth and then we apply it, we will see the results one way or the other,
Oh,
you know.
I never see you ever go, oh my God, you took frog, you lowered the bar, he's gonna be lame. And I'm like, no, he's not.
Yeah, that's the thing there too. Um,
No.
like what I was saying earlier, like, okay, I understood things yesterday in when I was doing Valor's Frog. Now it's my experimental for the foot, the one I got all those pictures on where you in 2020 or 19, whenever it was, where you see the foot like expand in 4 days, the cartilages. Um, and what I'd done was taken out periopal, or what we thought was frog, between the bulbs, way up between the bulbs, and forward into what they would call the central sulcus or whatever. And then to see how that released that cartilage. Um,
Oh, you know what's weird I've been finding too? as you dig into the quote unquote central sulcus, I keep
Uh-huh.
finding this like white fungusy looking stuff.
Really?
And I think it's old periopal that
Yeah.
just kind of got buried, and it stays that color because it doesn't dry out, and it just
Uh-huh.
kind of stays kind of, it's weird looking. And I keep finding it in all of the horses. It's not a lot. It's not anything that looks unhealthy. It's just like this white fuzzy looking stuff.
Uh-huh.
And I think it's just old periopal, and it just, that's what it does underneath when it gets buried.
Yeah. Have you found something? Now, somebody was talking the other day about how they've been finding what they think is it looks like a plug. Like
A
you'd be
plug.
digging out, yeah, you'd be digging out what quote unquote central sulcus, whatever, and then just this chunk will come out.
Oh,
That's
I've had a
like a,
lot of chunks come out.
yeah, and it's almost like a plug in there, you know.
Right.
Um, so anyway, somebody and I've seen that a few
Lots
times
of
as
scary
well.
stuff comes out of in there when you start actually getting brave enough to go looking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You
for
know, and
sure.
I use my Proxon, then I use the Dremel with the sanding paper, and then I use my really small hook knife, the smallest little one I have, and I just gently like carve it, just gently, 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 just scrape gently. I don't cut, I scrape, and I scrape, and I just keep scraping down through the layers, and it's just amazing what you find.
Huh. Yeah.
You
Well,
don't
that
have to go in there with a knife and wonder how deep you're going. You can just take something, just like a small loop knife, a really.
oh, what happened? You got cut off there. That or it was me. Hello?
Oh, I think she got cut off.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, when we get you back.
Slowly, just gently scrape your way through the layers.
Okay, now, um, as far as Rachel, on this foot here, okay, you can always don't have to go into the sole, but you can always take at least that much of those toes back. Okay, that still gives it a little leverage out there, which you need, but it gets rid of some of the initial torque that'll be pulling it out more. Okay,
Yeah,
and
and I did take a little bit of toe back after I took that picture.
okay, because I know it's probably I noticed it's growing down and then going out like that, right?
Right.
That
Yeah, I've
tip.
just been kind of um playing a little balancing
Okay.
act there.
Now, when you do get your procs on, and when you do get a chance, if you wouldn't mind washing this foot, and so I can get a better look at what's going on in here in this area. But I do know that main thing is going to be cleaning out some of this. But even maybe before that is taking off some of these hooks because I'd like to be able to see the bar a little bit more because a lot of times what you'll see is in reality the bar will be curved around like this, or even up into here.
He
Like
really has no bar
no
in there.
bar.
Like
Okay.
it's just a little tiny, really thin, really deep down in there.
Okay. Okay, so then that means the bar corium is smooshed together and covered up, so it's not really growing very
Right.
much. Um, so what I would start just taking this toe back a little, which you already said you did, okay? And as much as possible, cleaning up your sole and along the sides of the grooves if it needs it. But me personally, I think some of this hook needs to be taken off right in here.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay. Um, Yeah. See, because you're not the you still have weight bearing clear into here. See, but it's just this part that's under this that you're not going to have. And again, we're not ramping it. We're just taking the whole hook there off because that's going to give it a chance more as the horse is moving to push the heels out like so. And then kind of clean this stuff up in here as much as you can. When you see what's nice when you get the Proxon, you can just put that Proxon sideways into there. And I also have something else that I ordered. I started using it today. Um, I'll have to get a picture of it. It's pretty interesting. It goes in my Dremel. Yeah. Eventually, eventually, uh, a person I believe has to get so they're efficient at the Proxon and at using a Dremel with little different attachments so that they can detail some different things, especially when it comes to the frog. Because, like when you something to start practicing to feeling these frogs. Okay. You feel when you have taken it down enough to where it is pliable. And I don't and you can feel the different hardnesses of the frog. So it gets good. You have to get good at learning to recognize when you are down to like the last two layers of the frog to where you have supple frog. Now, what I noticed that as I have done this, that the actual true frog itself, which would be that frog on the inner foot, which is the anatomical structure of that foot, I have noticed that it is being able to move out where it's supposed to be. That over time, because we don't trim the frogs enough, that they actually get smashed and pushed up into the foot where they're really not supposed to be, and then held there by old frog. And what I've noticed on Valor's frogs is that they're coming out into their anatomical true position, um, which allows just the frog itself, meaning the internal frog, to come down, drop down, and be where it's supposed to be in the foot. Um, let's look at a picture here. Let's see. Oh, I could annotate that. Um, you know, I keep thinking about how you look at things, but you're not seeing what's really there a lot of times. It can be like the whole thing, if it was a snake, it would have bit you type of deal. Let's see, pictures. Okay. So, you know, if you're just joining in, um, I wanted to tell you about just a minute here. I wanted to tell you about something that we're gonna start selling. Already told the other gals about this, all right, and stuff, but I want you to have the first opportunity to buy. Uh, here we go. Just a minute here. Here we go. Everybody intact needs a pair of these. Spectacular X-ray specs. Okay. Horse owners tired of paying out the yang to have your horse's feet trimmed or attend expensive clinics to learn to trim them yourself only to do a worse job. X-ray specs are the answer to your prayers. There you go. Now, what's interesting, the reason I want to share that again is because gradually we are learning to have X-ray vision and to see what is really going on the internal foot of these horses. So I want to show you this. Let's look at this foot here. Let's see, share. This is what we are trimming 4 and 2 to learn to recognize, you know, 1/3 of this foot is firm. That's where the coffin bone is, and of course the bony column. The rest of it is all soft cartilage and fat covered with skin that can be like this bulb here can be pulled clear under. This bulb can be shoved all the way up. Both of these bulbs can be wrapped in this part right here. See, if the frog is pulled down, you got to use your imagination. If this is pulled down and shoved forward, it takes this part and it pulls it right around into here. This part of the foot here can be pulled all the way over and shoved forward clear into here. Just a minute. Okay, so this part here can wind up going clear into here and being here instead of over here. See? And of course, what's now, okay, if this part of the foot here, now you see how it's just one continuous deal, right? See that? Just one continuous thing here. You know, I could put me little arrows here. Okay, so what happens is, what happens when this piece right here, okay, this is the bulb. Okay, this is all frog corium here. Now what see, it's seamless. Seamless over the whole foot. There are no seams. It's all one piece, but it's different types of skin that grow different parts of the hoof capsule. And again, it comes off in one piece. So now look at this foot. Look at how wide it is. See? If I take this here that's attached to this and I pull this, you know, all of this in front of it is being shoved forward too. And so now this piece here, I'm taking it, let's do a different color here. I'm taking this, we'll call this the bulb, and this all here is being shoved forward. It's pulling on this, and there's other things going on to make it go that way. Okay, and I take this and I shove it clear into here to where now it's here. What's it going to do to this here, to this part of the foot? What will that do to this part of the foot if this part here gets forced and pulled clear up to here?
It will bring it in, it'll contract.
Right. It's going to wind up being like this, at least. See? And so, and it can easily do that because, oops, I lost something. Just a minute. It can easily do that because the cartilages are rounded anyway, like that. They're cup-shaped out here, and then they're rounded, and so they easily just get pulled in like that. They easily get pulled down, and they easily get curled in, like so. So then, once that happens, the frog grows from that position, and binds it right there where it's at, especially this big chunk in here. I mean, all of it does. The frog stay, all of it does binds the foot, but especially right here. But doesn't matter. You could clean that out if you never cleaned any of this other up. That frog still, including the apex. Okay, just the apex of the frog alone can hold all this up there. And this is movable, so uh, it can be scrunched together. It can be bent up into the foot. It can be prolapsed out. You know, when the back of this bends in, this has got to go somewhere into some shape or form, you know. So, and of course, what happened? Now let's look at this. This was a good foot, okay? It was not deformed. And I want you to look at your heels here. Okay, these heels right here. Here's your bar. Your buttress would be growing from right back here, all back here, attached to the back of the heel. Then your bar starts here, and your wall, well, somewhere like so. But I want you to look at this. Let's just look at our heels compared to our frog. Here's our heels. Well, wait a minute. Well, here's our heel, the height of our heel over to here. Wonder, we need to turn this over. So our frog is even just a little, maybe a little lower, not much right here than our heel. Right here. It is right here. It is lower. The back of the frog is lower than the heel itself. So it stands to reason that it should be lower once the hoof capsule is grown as well. See? Um, let's see. Let me turn that over. Just look at some more views of this foot. So this is all soft cartilage and fat. So when you have a frog that has just been the whole foot lowered to the ground, the frog forced to bear, and then dead frog, dead hard petrified frog growing from it, this gets smashed up into the foot. I mean, what's up here? You see that in there? That's digital cushion in there. On the other side of this frog is the digital cushion, fat. So you can push fat in, right? So this frog gets smashed and jammed and pushed up into the foot. And so then when you start, and I see that in a big way, Tiffany, going on your horse. Okay, that he's had such big, hard, stiff frogs for so long that it's just probably pushed all this just up into the foot. Because see, I noticed that when I started releasing Valor's frog, and I'm pony too, that the whole frog internally moved back into place. Okay. And like last week's hoof chat, talked about how frogs, this is your frog. Okay, that the what's on the capsule is just your frog padding that grows from this to protect it and help it function correctly. And so this is your frog. Um, and it's got an anatomical placement just like everything else, but it can get pushed up and jammed up into the foot. So what I noticed is that when you start trimming these frogs and this thing starts moving and being pulled back into place, that it also starts descending and being released from being bound up in the foot. And you get a completely different frog than you have ever had before. And you get such a different quality of frog than you have ever had before, and growth. And it's got to affect function as well for that foot. It must affect function for me to be able to trim that frog down to something most people are freaking out at. Oh my God. And then take my horse out here on the ground. I was taking him out, just giving him a break, to eat some grass. And I thought, oh, well, he's probably going to be really tender going across the gravel since I took that frog down. No, he was let now. If he had a big rock or something, he might barely gimp a little, but nothing like when I had him and his heels were trimmed out, how he was on the gravel road. Okay. It's like, oh, 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 oh. It'd be like me running out there in my bare feet and trying to walk down a bunch of rocks. Yeah, it'd be pathetic. Okay. But I took him out today on the road and he was walking in a very interesting way, but not sore at all and not gimping and not, I mean, he's feeling things in his feet. I'm pretty sure he's never felt before as these frogs are coming down into place and his heels are expanding. You know, he takes longer strides, things like that. He had no problem walking on that road. Um, and usually when they're having a problem, they will seek the grass or the side of the road. Wasn't doing that at all. He had no problem. So that was a surprise to me because I thought, whoa, you know, this is really going to affect him or whatever. Which, here's the thing. I took the frogs down enough to where that does concern me, so I boot him, you know. I boot him uh, just to protect his foot more. But after a few days, he absolutely needs no protection because he has really wonderful, great frog growth as well as the movement of these bulbs. See, here's where your bulb should be right here. This is frog corium. All this clear over to here. This all gets shoved down under the foot. Okay, so just now when when these frogs get pulled down. Okay, you'll notice, see, I noticed this. I started noticing this when I learned how to take these frogs down to where you can see where the corium actually is. Okay, and just a minute here. And oops, wait a minute. Doing something wrong here. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so you see the shape of this. You see the shape of the frog lips here. Now, what's interesting is this one here is actually pulled in a little bit. You can see this right here. This is the heel buttress. Okay, there it goes into the bar. So this is the coronary band coming back to the heel buttress, and then your bar is here somehow. Anyway, so this is curled in a little bit like that. This here should actually be back here more, aimed more back this way, not that way. This one here, it goes like this. See, so this one's curved in more. And when we see good wild horse feet or good domestic feet that aren't turned in, those heels do not curve in like that. They come back more like this. Okay, so that's what we would like to aim for, ideally. So this, it gets turned in pretty good, but as far as the frog lips here, okay, when all this gets shoved in, they do this. Just a minute here. They do this. Just a minute.
They form what we think is a central sulcus when you bend them in.
Yeah, yes, they do. And this part here just gets a totally different shape. It comes out like this. See there? Well, further ahead than that, but these get bent up and curved. See that? So then what happens is this frog, see, I took out some frog I'd never taken out before. You got frog that's growing like this, all in here, as well as into the collateral groove right here. See? And so if you don't, like yesterday, I was able to really define this and take this, open this up and take this out. Because you can imagine if you have a chunk of frog that's in there like this, how are these supposed to straighten up? You know, and including right here. And what I found was I used my Proxon and then I used the Dremel, which I got this pretty cool little sanding thing. I used both a burr and I used this little pointy sanding thing I got that I'll have to show you. But then after I did all that, then I found out I also had to use a knife again. All right. A knife again to get this old hard frog that was situated deep in this area here. In here. And so what I've been noticing is I kind of go back and forth and I want to really clean up along the sides here to make sure I haven't got frog that's smooched out and holding on over here in the sides. So it was interesting because when I started to clean this out, I realized even though I had cleaned out kind of in here, I had never taken this off, this chunk off right here. That has been staying there at every trim. This chunk right here. I have been taken over into here more, but I also noticed in myself that I would trim down frogs pretty darn good for a long time, but it was never enough to really affect the movement of the foot to go where it needed to go. As long as you have any old, now in Rachel's case, hers looks much more contracted, you know, than his central, that whatever this is, right? Frog stay area was. So what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to thin down enough frog that will release that, and so that these here can straighten out and be like this again. See there? So it's really interesting taking this out. Now, I got this little thing. I'm going to run out here in a minute and get it and take a picture of it. Because man, is it handy on a Dremel. I had them for a long time, but I never really used them. Just a minute here. Okay, so again, why are we doing this? Because once your foot distorts, because 2/3 of this foot is soft cartilage and fat covered with skin. Once all this gets pushed out of shape and then it grows the sole, the bars, and the frog, it's going to bind the whole back of your foot right there. Okay. Including, if the heels have come in and you have hooks that are now coming over like that, okay, you're going to have to cut that hook off just down as low as it'll go, because that being an arch and a hook, that's going to be really hard for that horse to push out there. Okay, so let's see. So the more we look at this a good inner foot and understand it, the more we are going to build X-ray vision in our very brain. Go through some more of these pictures. You know, and even just going through here, trying to figure out what is what, like what corium is what, is good exercise. And look at the shape of the foot. Look at the shape of the bars. Just a minute here. Okay, like for instance, here's your heel, there's your sole, and look at the way the bar tapers down. See that? Now, imagine when you're looking at your foot from here, well, wouldn't you think that your sole should taper down as well? So you wouldn't want to let this growth get so that it was up like this. See? You want this all to mimic the shape of the foot. You also want things to be seamless without a bunch of lumps and bumps, because the foot will develop lumps and bumps because a lot of times this corium's all been shoved together. So it's not growing quite right either. So here we see the bar, that the bar tapers down towards the frog. So, and it will be relatively straight like that. And here we see the shape of the sole. Going to be like that. And So just looking at these, because then when we look at our foot, we can kind of tell when something's off, you know? So again, here's the back of the heel. The bar goes down like this. And your heel butt is going to be right clear back into here and stuff. But again, how is this shaped? Down like that, down like that. So if your sole again is level up here and your bar is clear up here, you know there's a problem. So what we're trying to do is try and understand how to look at that foot and tell if everything is kind of shaped. This is what the mapping is about too. That's why we do the bar mapping from here over to here, so that we can basically get this part of the bar closer to where it should be instead of being clear up here. You know, it tapers down and towards the center of the frog. All right, let's see here. You know, and then too, looking at, again, what else? Looking at the cartilages. Is your foot narrow and flat, or does it come out well like this, like it's supposed to? You know? Okay. Now this gives you even more of an idea where your heels are compared to the back of your frog back here. And if we could look under there, we would see that this is not resting on the frog. The heels are higher than the back of your frog. So it should be the same when the horse has got a hoof capsule. Anyway, this is the foot after it got older, and this was now again, her bulbs were turned in a little. You can see it there. See, just that far. But you can also see that she had real frog attached to her heel over here. This is real, she's got some real frog. Anyway, we would be able to look at this and tell. Look at where, do you see a central sulcus? No. See, because she had a good inner foot there. This is just it after it got older. And were you to measure from the hairline here to the end of the heel is about 1 1/8 inch. That is not that would mean you can't have no sole in your heel at that. Her heels here were longer. They were almost 2 inches. Doesn't look like it there, but. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna put this up here. Well, I could just a minute here. I'm just gonna put this on play, and I'm gonna go out and get that thing to show you that I've been using on my frogs and other parts of the foot that is so handy in a Dremel. So let's see. Well, somehow, okay, there you go. It's just gonna be on a, picture show, whatever, should. Maybe not. Well, maybe that don't work no more. Used to be able to do that. Okay. Well, anyway, I'll be right back. Oh, it's gonna do it. There you go. See there? 1 1/8 inch.
Linda, I joined late. Is this foot, were you saying that this foot is pretty close to correct?
Linda left, but yes, she was saying this foot was close to correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see how to get out of here. Okay. Stop share. Stop share. Okay. So I'm going to show you these things. um, that I started using, which were helping, because sometimes it gets pretty narrow in between those areas of the collateral grooves, the bars, and the frog when you got contracted heels. And besides that, um, sometimes you need to get a little deeper into that sulcus with something a little gentler. Um, so just a minute here. Okay, so this handy dandy thing here. I don't know if you see it. Let me get some more light on the subject. Okay, that's a used one. Let me find a better one. I don't know what they're called, but I know I got them on uh, Amazon in a bunch in a package. So see that? It's sandpaper, but it fits in a Dremel. See? Now I use this too because this helps me kind of get started in the central sulcus to kind of get out some old stuff, but it takes some time. You learn to trim that stuff out by feel a lot of times. So you got to be pretty careful, you know. But this can get into places that you can't get that. But to start out, this is pretty good for using. Let me see if I got something here. Okay. For using, see, just to start sanding that out there. And then if you need to get in here, just thin down the bar. Thin down the bar, you know, or just in different areas, it works pretty good. See that? See how that'll work? You know, and then they wear down like this, you know. Take off, good too. You can take off the tip of the frog, things like that. Anyway. Yep, so those are pretty handy. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Not real loud though.
Oh, not real loud?
Softer than it was earlier.
How's that? Better?
Yes, better.
Helps if I don't have the microphone in my neck. Okay. Another thing I started using more of is this deal. It is a Proxon, but you can get the same thing from Sabertooth. And these aren't severe at all. So I like this because it doesn't get clogged up like a flap disc, but I like to use a lot of different, I'm finding that I like to use a lot of different things, and I go back and forth while I'm trimming these frogs out. Um, uh, because what one thing don't get, another thing will. And then you just kind of go back and forth. And of course, there's learning curves that you're going to have to overcome. You're going to have to learn uh, how to get to those to the innermost two layers of the frog without going past that. There may be a time when you will. I'm sorry, but if you're going to do this at some point or another, you're going to get a little too close, and you may see a small drop of red. Don't freak out. See what I do? I keep, and it doesn't happen that much, but it's just the nature of this. That's going to happen on occasion. You know, don't freak out. Uh, just get you some, what is that stuff? It's blue powder. It's not cut heel. It's Wonder Dust. make sure you have some peroxide and some Wonder Dust. Just dump a little peroxide on it and some Wonder Dust, and you'll be fine and stuff, because there's no way that you're going to do this without someday, some way, somehow, okay? But your horse don't even know it happened. You know, if you were cutting into the flesh, like the literal frog corium, he'd know it then. But what this amounts to is a slight, what it is it's the warning sign that you're getting too close and that you have exceeded the first two layers of the frog. So, you know, um, I wish we had farriers and vets that we could call on to do this, but they don't even know this is going on. So, that you have this serious foot binding going on in these horses. So, and again, here, let's show you, just to show you what's happening. Okay. Now this, let's see, this is off the foot that I showed you the cartilage on a little while ago, where I said I had been trimming this horse's foot for 8 months. Here's a plaster cast of the same foot. Well, I think it's the same foot. Here's a plaster cast of the foot. Now I want you to notice, let me find something to point with. I want you to notice here is the coronary band. I've marked it in blue, and then, just a minute, and then it curves down right here. So your heel would be going like this. The more you trim the heel out, the more you're going to shove this heel. This is the cartilage of the heel right here. Coffin bone ends right here. Coffin bone ends here. All this is cartilage and fat. This right here is pulled down. This cartilage is pulled down on the foot, and you can see the heel buttress corium right here. Let me put that closer. Just a minute. Okay. You can see the heel buttress corium right here. You know what? I'd like to see what this looks like on YouTube to see if because I heard Zoom has pretty crappy optics. And I seen somebody advertising a whole different site the other day that I could use instead of Zoom, where the audio and the visual is different. So I'm going to see if I can find that again. So here's your heel buttress corium. You see how it sticks out there? It's that wide. It's that wide. Here. So here's the end of your heel right here. And this is how long the heel buttress corium is. So your heel buttress on this horse would have been that wide to support the back of the foot here. And what happens is, as you trim the heels down and it pulls all this down and under, eventually you trim the heel buttress out. What it does is it takes this right here and it wraps it around the back of the foot so that it quits growing. Now, look at here. Again, it's one continuous piece, even though there are different coriums. Okay, all this is one continuous piece going into the frog here. So this just wraps this around up into here. What it does too is it'll curve the bar. You're pulling this around, and as it does so, as it takes this and it curves it around and brings it into here, it'll totally trim the heel buttress out so that it doesn't grow anymore. And then you have a false heel, which is sidewall. The sidewall right here becomes the heel. So I'll show you this over here. Now this was my mare, Molly's foot. And her let's see, this part of the heel buttress corium that would grow this heel buttress here is totally curved around her foot and is smashed clear up here like this. Instead of being out like that, it is here. We'll just do it like this. It is like this. Her heel is pointed in this way. The heel buttress, this piece here that grows the heel buttress, instead of being behind the actual heel, which is right here, it is and pointed like this. From trimming her heels out, it was pulled clear around like this. Okay, now all this is connected, right? Look how it bent the frog corium. See how the frog corium is bent over like this? So it took this part of the heel, and of course the frog corium is attached to that, right? And so it just pulled it right in that way. Well, as it did so, it shoved the frog forward and it bent this frog lip, frog lip out like that. So instead of, in fact, both frog lips are bent outward like this. And so then the frog growing in here would have grown up into the way that the frog lip is bent. And so if you were trying to restore this foot, if you never got this fully trimmed to where the foot could release itself and straighten out, you're not going to get your heels to come out like this again. See, because that frog is going to hold it in like so. Again, you can see here how the frog lips, yeah, you can see how the frog lips are bent out and how this is the heel buttress right here. How did I have that? Okay, this is how it was supposed to be. And this is how it got twisted around behind the foot to where your heel buttresses are pointing inward. And this is happening to most horses. But the reason that they don't see it is because all this grows to kind of disguise it. And when they're looking at the heels, what they're looking at is they're looking at just the sole right here. And so this part doesn't look curled in. And so they're looking at the heels, they're looking at this part here, but they're not seeing how the actual true heel buttress that was like this got turned in like that. And as it did get turned in like that, it pushed this frog corium forward and bent it outward like so. Do you see that? Because, again, now again, this foot was deformed. I got the better foot outside, but I ain't gonna go get it. Let me see if I have another foot here. Oh, okay. Well, this is just a plaster cast of Molly's foot when, okay, before it totally dried out. So again, the heel buttress is pulled in like this, shoving the frog corium forward, which is bending this wider here than it should have been. Well, plus it's contracted. It's all contracted as well. So let's see here. What else I got?
Can I say, I just want to thank you for going over this so well today.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for
very,
telling me that.
No, it's very educational for us who have been around for a while, and especially for the new people. It's very well done.
Thank you. Thank you. Well,
You're
that gives
welcome.
me encouragement. Thank you very much.
Well,
I
I can look
completely
now. I
agree.
can look now. I'm not driving. But
Okay.
no, No, just showing how everything moves and where it ends up and what it looks like when it is deformed, so that we start really being able to look at a foot and say, yes, that foot is deformed,
Mm-hmm.
and understand where everything gets shoved to when things move. Like you said, it doesn't just vaporize, it has to go somewhere.
Well, thank you for letting me know that and
Oh,
stuff
I'm just
because
letting you know
sometimes
it's
I get to sometimes I get to talking about this and
no,
I'm wondering if I'm, kind of overdoing it or something. Now, I just
no.
found something interesting. I thought I'd let you see it. No. You see that movement? You
Yeah,
know
What
what
kind of a
put
that
my
bug is
phone
it?
up.
you know what that is, don't you?
What?
That's one of them bone-eating bugs.
Oh
Ew.
my word.
Oh my word. I need a where is my measuring or my magnifying glass?
Are you going to gross us out?
You
Well,
mean
no, I mean it's just interesting because I noticed they're around, but he's looking for something to eat there. And they eat little tiny holes and everything. Hmm.
No
Well, that's
shortage of bones
interesting.
for him.
Yeah, well, I got a whole box over here of dead stuff. That's interesting. And you can see here too how her heel, this is the back of her heel. The heel should have been up like this, and instead it's crushed under the foot so that it's okay. I don't want to squash you, little bug here. Oh, yeah, I do want to squash you. I don't want you eating my bones. Sorry. You're dead. Okay, so much for that. Um, okay, so see, almost crushed forward completely. Should have been this foot should have been about like that. About like so. But the heel is like when you're sitting here, you can see it even more how crushed it really is. So you should have been about like that. And you can see how all these lamina are shoved forward and stuff. So anyway, okay, well,
I have a question about Rachel's horse.
okay.
Can we go back to that image where it's I forgot the horse's name. I think it's May. Um, um, Maleficent something now. Um, the bulbs on the barefoot bulb, there's like a tear.
Okay.
Is that
Just
expansion happening?
let's see. Let's see. Let's go there. Where am I at and what am I doing?
And if that hoof gets a lot of moisture, can she expect to see something scary?
Well, if you knew what was really going on, it's all scary. No,
That's true.
I'm just joking.
Do you see on the right side of that bulb on 490? Yeah, there.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay. Um, what I'm seeing here is this is where the actual coronary band is, right here. Um, and so pulled around. So that's where it ends. Truly ends is right there. Um, this is all there's quite a bit of growth and and congestion in her and between the bulbs. You know, all of this is going to hold that foot right there. Um, say, imagine how much longer that foot would be from toe to heel if, like, the toe was back exactly where it's supposed to be. If this was uncurled, if this was uncurled and stuff, the foot would be an inch longer behind, at least. And then also, I imagine there's some buttress that's not even growing there. It's like the difference when you take something that is a half circle like this and you would straighten it out, it would become longer, you know. Um, just a minute. I need to find something here.
Yes, like a wrinkle in clothing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, like you have this and that goes from here to here. But if you were to straighten this out, it would probably go from here to there. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So so that's a lot of length. See, to at least add this much length to that overall thing. Probably not here because that's the front of your hoof. I was just figuring out how that would work. See, straighten that out more. You're going to add this much length to your overall foot. Anyway, not the best artist.
So is that the periopal just kind of pulling away from the coronary band right there because it was wet?
Or it could just be dirt, you know? Let's see. It could just be, first of all, they're going to have these, the width of the growth ring is about the same, right? That's the
Right.
width of your coronary band. So I don't know if that's a tear or if it's just a couple of chunks of dirt, see, or mud. So, but what it is showing is you can see this line continues over to here. See?
Correct.
This is the width. This is the actual width of the coronary band and the heel buttress band and all that behind the foot. And what you can see is that it's pulled down and into the foot like this. Now, this periopal here, man, that is really growing over everything there. So
I mean,
a lot of,
that's impressive, that growth.
yeah. And of course the foot's wet, so that it makes it expand, and you probably wouldn't even see it. If the foot was dry, this would probably turn brown and you wouldn't even see it. But look at that big glob of periopal there. See? So yeah, so she got quite a bit of the back of the bulbs up in here, hidden up in here under that frog and periopal growth. Um, let's see. Uh, uh-oh. Wonder what I did with my camera. Oh, it's right here in front of me. Um, I'll show you how Valor's foot is expanding.
I got more weeds pulled and a few seeds put out, but I got more to do next break in this crazy weather.
Oh, getting that gardening done, huh? Yard work.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I turned this off. I was talking to my
Oh,
husband. I'm so sorry. I thought I hit the done.
I thought you were just sharing with us.
Well, if you want, I can go over my entire work to-do list.
Thank you.
We're in the middle of storms, and I was out trying to do some stuff,
Uh-huh.
and I had my phone in my back pocket listening. And I mean, one minute I'm out there, and the next minute it just came down, and I ran for my life. So
Oh,
here I
wow.
am hiding in the house now,
Yeah.
paying attention again. I can see, but I was listening and I was trying to get some yard work done at the same time. Yeah, no.
Okay. That explains it. I thought you're just,
No, I was talking to my husband who came home and he's like, "Why are you always wet?" I'm like, "Because it keeps raining."
Yeah, no kidding. It's gonna rain here again too. Yahoo. Let's see. Okay, where was I going? Okay. Well, why aren't you coming up? Pictures any other time? You can't wait. Just a minute here.
Still raining? Looks it.
Yeah.
Hmm. I filled my car up with gas one more time just so I don't have to worry about it tomorrow. The one gas station,
How are we taking down here?
yours is better mileage, it's smaller. So I was coming home, I got off of 283 and got on 743, and there's that Steve's Gas Mart on the left. Not too far, kind of over by the Hershey Adventure and stuff. His gas was 315, which isn't that bad compared to everybody else. I didn't feel like driving to Costco or all the way up to the truck stop, so I went there. No, so I went in there and filled up.
Okay, it showed up.
No, I mean I was like 315. I
Janet,
can
I'm
live
gonna
with
have
three.
to mute you. There we go. Okay, so I am going to let's see here. Okay, so we're gonna these aren't the oldest photos, but this would be from, let's see here. When are you? This would be from December 25th. So I'm going to show you what his foot looked like December 25th, where the bulbs were, and what it looked like. So let's see. Add, let's see, share. Okay. Okay. So just kind of look at these. Now you see how wide here the periopal skin is. It's not supposed to be any wider than that, if that wide at all. Um, but I'd
Were
been
you
so
soaking that foot?
yes, and it had been raining as well. So
It's
oh,
documents.
so again, this is December 25th, and uh, so you see the way those curl in like that. Okay, that's not supposed to be. Now, originally, this you would find this when I first started figuring this out, clear up here, almost in the middle of the foot. So that would mean that the bulbs in the cartilage were curled around and clear up into the foot here. When this part here is supposed to be clear over here. That's where it's supposed to be. And then this frog here would be back, taking the place back between here. Okay, there you can see how it's curled in there? Not supposed to be there. And again, where was it? Originally, when I first started seeing it, clear up in here. But what happens is all this then grows together to present a false frog and just kind of wraps up the whole back of the foot. Why does it do that? Because it's meant to bind and hold the foot together if the horse is in a situation where he's wearing his heels out from having to travel too far for food and water. And so it it's an adaptation for survival, but it's not the horse's true foot that he functions and feels the best with. But it helps him survive. Now, okay, keep looking at that there because I want to show you something else. Um, just a second here. Oh, I wish. Okay, I got something figured out here. I'm going to show you uh, how how a foot can just be all wrapped up into a tidy package. Just a minute here, because this is his foot back in 2019. And it'll stay that way forever. Okay. These feet can stay in the same place forever because that's how they adapt for survival to try and hold the foot together. Okay, so here is an example of my foot in 1119. When I did not know this part, I knew the feet were being bound, but I did not have any idea how much they were being bound. Now, okay, so eh, so this bulb here, see how that goes up there like that? There's actually a crack here. This is a piece of periopal right here, but this bulb goes up through that crack, and it's actually like this, minimum. Okay, goes up here through that crack, probably more up like that. And this here belongs clear over here. See, that's just amazing. But look, who would ever dream? Now, I had released a substantial amount here, but nothing. It was still, it's still clear up here. Okay, well, your frog gets shoved clear up here. Where's it going? It's getting smashed up into the foot and shoved into places it shouldn't, crammed up into the bottom of the foot, up into the navicular bone, up into the anatomy. This is why most horses have ski tips on their toes. Even if they don't have flared out feet and stuff, is because all this anatomy being shoved into the foot, pushing that coffin joint forward, rotating or just pressing the toe down where it shouldn't be pressing down. So, okay, now you can see how this bulb is. Now the heels have uncurled and moved a little. You can see that the bulbs are a little wider here and even a little more so here. But still, at this point, I had no idea that the true bulb, which is supposed to be over here, was clear up here. Like so. Because remember, we looked at the inner foot. That's just one continuous running piece, even though over here it's bulb and over here it's frog. And so when all this begins to get shoved forward, it's just like a rope being pulled in like that. Let's see. Okay, hold on here. Now here, let's see. Here's that same foot right here. When I would look at this view, oh, look, got good sole in the heel. Look at those nice bars. Okay. Now again, why don't you notice that these heels here are turned in? Then I didn't see it. Why don't you notice that? Well, look at the shape of the sole. See, because it has the effect of you look at this and you're not seeing this. See the hook? And also I got pretty good at being able to trim Look, these bars are curved. they go inward. Now I got so that I could trim a straight bar, even with the bar itself is curved. Okay, so you're not really seeing this. You're seeing this here. And so you don't know that in reality, these heels have been contracted here. And you don't know that these bulbs and everything are pulled clear in like that. See, because the foot tidies itself up and it binds it with periople frog and bar for the survival. It's adaptation and survival of the horse. So his hoof capsule will stay on when he's in bad conditions where he has to travel 20 miles a day for food and water. You know, they make that sound like it's a good thing. Well, guess what? It's not. Um, let's see here. Now, so I had this foot. I thought I was well on my way. You know, that looked pretty darn good to me. But whenever I would look at the side, I would see this cartilage, and I knew that was not what it was supposed to look like. Supposed to look like. See, I knew the cartilage was straight, not curled around like this. But everything else on the foot looked great. I mean, look at the front of my foot there. Okay, all symmetrical, uh, growth rings, you know, haven't got any severe jamming anywhere. You know, hoof quality looks relatively good, things like that. Um, yeah, so this picture I had done to show you what the foot is like without a bevel and then what it's like with a bevel. See there? Had good, nice, thick hoof wall, tight white line all the way around. Um, uh, uh, you know, showing you what it's like to do a bevel here, what the foot looks like with the slight bevel in front and on the side, there, and then without. That's the whole reason I did this comparison photos here. And so looking at them, I'm going, something is wrong. And really, some of the stuff where I've learned the most is from being criticized by former friends that became enemies when they wanted to go profit off of what I taught them. And so this one gal said, well, she doesn't have a good foot because it just shrinks up all the time. She don't have no frog stay. It just shrinks up. I mean, she's criticizing me, you know. And so I'm like, yeah, she's right. You know, because I noticed too that when the foot was wet, these cartilages would expand out, and when it was dry, they would shrink back up. So I started wondering about that. And I started thinking, well, it's this area right here, something going on right here, something binding, holding the cartilage is in here because I did notice the same thing. Now, why that little gal didn't tell me this when we talked for hours on Messenger and I helped her with her horse, I don't know. But later it became a point of criticism. You know, I would appreciated the insight before that. So so I started thinking about it. And that's when I decided I was going to do that experiment. Well, looky here. Here's an example of it right here. Let's see. See there? Obviously, something is going on, wouldn't you say? See, if you take enough pictures and you look enough, you're gonna see it. Now, I want to show you where I really trimmed out between the bulbs and found out, well, here you go. Here's the experiment again. Okay, let's see, new share. Okay, 4 days. Look how things expanded. Now we're looking at Rachel's horse, how she's got the dish and when all the anatomy was pushed up here, it pushed it forward into the coffin joint, pushing the coffin joint forward, which makes this bump, which forces the toe down and back, but it'll force the wall forward and up. And that is what's happening to Rachel's horse. And so that's why I say we release that anatomy. What happens to the wall? Well, here was just 2 days, 3 days later. This is, or 2 days later, this is 12/21, 2020. Again, I showed you a picture where I thought I had a good foot in 2019. By 12/21, I'm getting figured that something's wrong. Something's wrong. And so then I did this experiment where I cleaned out between those bulbs and into that so-called central sulcus. And so this is 23. You can see how the difference in the shape of the cartilage just here from there. And at the time I noticed this, I didn't notice how the dorsal wall had straightened up and the heel had stood up. This is how much these capsules can move. And then a day later, again, keeping the foot soaked, cleaning out between the bulbs, getting rid of this stuff that had been in there for years. A day later, here, look at the cartilage. Holy cow. Totally different up here. Doesn't have the same bump. Has a straight dorsal wall, and the heel stood up. This in 4 days. Okay. But still did not realize at the time the stuff we're talking about today, how that bulb can be totally wrapped up and shoved in. But this was the start of getting that figured out. So let me see if I can find a picture now. Well, here's something of kind of what I was doing. This is a later picture, I think. Just a minute here. Yeah, because this is 12/21 and that was in 20, but this kind of shows taking that out in there. Just a minute. Okay, this here, I got pictures of every weird thing under the sun going on right here in these feet over the years. And what is it? It's when the heels are being worn out, it pulls the foot will pull these bulbs in. It will make false heels. You can see how these heels are being curled around in here. And then this periopal will grow over the whole frog and bind the whole frog together. Now, this is in 12/24. So this is several years later, but I'm still trying to figure it out more, or well, no, I don't know what year. What year was this? Okay, this says 2020. Yes, it's still 2020. This is 12/21 and 12/24. So that foot that you just saw, these are the other pictures for it. This is where I started. See, I've still, even here, got a different foot than the first one I showed you in 2019 when I started trying to figure out what was going on. So I had been trimming this a little more, trimming up frogs more. It had released the foot some more. But in that experiment, I was really going for it in here. And so this is some of what I was taking out. Now I know when I look in here and I see that black frog there, that's either really old periopal binding the whole foot together, or it's really old frog material, one of the two. So let me see if I can see another picture here.
So when you see that really old stuff, do you take it out of there?
Yeah.
Or do you just gradually, or just chunk it out?
However, you can do it. I don't, it depends on if you haven't got any heels at all, I would grow some heel in first. I
Okay.
wouldn't want to totally release those bulbs into nothing, you know? Um, so, and oh, just a minute here. I'm trying to see if I can find this one picture I have where you can really, really see just how pulled in those, well, I don't know why I didn't have it in here, but man, you can really see how those bulbs are pulled in. But anyway, okay. So I'm just going to close that out. And so let's go back to here. Share. Okay, so here the bulbs are not pulled in as much. The heels are still pretty curled in. And so you got to understand that that other foot, that wasn't the real sole seat of the corn. That was the back of that foot was a complete false adaptation for survival. You know, that's why that all takes place. And the sole was not the true sole. So when you start opening the foot, you're going to find that these heels are uncurling and this whole foot is getting longer and it's opening up areas of the heel that have not grown sole, if ever. See, if ever. But the interesting thing is, it's there because now I have really good sole in the heels, but you'll find that it can be totally hollow back here. Now, I showed you a picture where it looked great. It had lots of sole. Um, let me see if I still got that picture. Okay. Again, I'll show this. See that sole right there? That is not the real seat of the corn. This is up more in the center towards the quarter. These heels have been pulled up and then wrapped around part of the sole in the quarter. The actual seed of the corn is buried up in here somewhere and not growing any sole at all because when the papillae, when something gets trimmed out and it gets wrapped up into the foot, it quits growing. And if it does grow, it's growing in the wrong spot. But the sole, if that gets covered over, it will not grow. And so again, you know, I thought I had a good foot. I just, man, good uniform sole, I thought, blah, blah, blah. When in reality, it wasn't. And so, uh, okay, so that was in 2019. 2020, when I realized something's not right, started trimming that stuff out between the bulbs. Now this is real. So this is a foot on the move. Um, let's see. Okay, so this is what it looks like from behind. Okay, now you'll see I'm up off the ground here. Bulbs off the ground, which is a good thing. Okay, this is what it looks like from the side. Okay, now I'm going to show you what it's April, May, May. So January, February, March, April, May. So that's 5 months ago. Um, let me go now. And show you what kind of is going on now. Show you the back of the foot in a second here. See, 5'5". Okay. Just a second here. Okay, so share. Okay, so here's his foot after this trim I did yesterday. What's amazing is, you've seen that other foot, it was black, right? Look at the multicolor it is now. Why is that? Because his feet were originally black, and this whole coronary band was wrapped around and pulled up into where the frog stay area should be. And so it has affected the whole coronary band, where the pigmentation comes from. And so the foot was black. So then when the foot expanded again, there were tubules in the core. There were papillae in the tubules that had not grown. This is my interpretation. Had not grown hoof wall for a while because it constricted the whole coronary band and constricted it up. So then when it loosened up again and those tubules started growing again, well, it affected the pigmentation and they grow in white or lighter colored. See, his sole also originally was gray. And now it's almost all white.
It's like scar tissue when things come in.
Oh,
Sometimes
okay.
the hair comes in light colored too.
Okay. That makes sense.
When you have
Yeah.
a big wound and the hair sometimes doesn't come in the
Yep.
original color anymore.
That makes sense. Let's see. Let's go this way. Okay, so now remember what I showed you about how the frog lips are curved? Can you see it? See how they're curved? Okay, so this is you're seeing three different layers here. You're seeing the opaque layer or translucent layer, which allows you to kind of see through into the frog corium as like a window. Okay, and so you see here what the true color of the frog corium is, which you see in the dissection pictures where all of the blood has been soaked out of the foot and you're able to see the true color of the skin. Okay, and so you're seeing the true color of partially the true color of the frog corium. Then you see a little darker color. That's the next layer. See, these are layers that are growing out and they change color as they grow out. So this can tell you uh what what layers you're to. Um so you would have translucent or opaque, which shows you the color of the frog corium. Then it gets a little darker to where you can't see through it as well. And so that's more whitish. Then uh then also you're gonna have bits of black because when these colors grow out, they change color, as far as I know. Um this though could be, I found when I was doing this that I had really old frog right around this curve here and right around the inside of this curve. I cleaned this area out pretty well. Um, my heels are starting to really decontract, but you see how this frog lip is bent because this bulb is pushed up to here. Now, originally this bulb was up here. Now it's all come back like this. And now the bulbs are about here. Here you can really see how it's more curved on this side than even this side. Which is interesting because it used to be this heel was more run forward. Now this heel is more run forward. So I don't know.
Linda,
Yeah.
maybe here, speaking about coloring,
Mm-hmm.
you could mention the phase we saw when we had the reddish sole and the frog corium
Yeah.
at the beginning, because maybe some people will come across the reddish areas.
Yeah. When when all this is moving, I mean, that frog corium is like well, the corium is dermis, which is skin. So this big skin, thick skin, uh, padding over the foot, like a big sock that grows the different parts of the hoof capsule, it all gets forced into places it's not supposed to be. I can take my skin and shove it up and make it wrinkle, you know, and then only here, when that skin gets shoved into different positions, it grows the capsule from that position and binds it there. So then when you are thinning things down, it's releasing that dermis, that skin, that corium. And so when it releases it, it's going to pull out of parts of the tubules and stuff like that, which is going to make it bleed on the inside. Bruise. You could call it bruising, you could call it whatever you want. What it is it is the foot moving and pulling back from the distorted capsule to grow hoof capsule from a new position. And so it can be red, but a lot of times it'll turn brown. You'll see I've had the whole frog, everything turn kind of a brownish color. And that is always a sign of you're either leading to hoof distortion or you're coming back from it. And the reason this is it most of the time in all these feet, this is always going on, but people have never seen it because they rarely clean up the sole or the frog or anything else. So they're not used to seeing that, see? But as the foot changes, you're going to see it turning different colors.
It's like when you have the white hooves and you can see it through the hoof.
Yeah, exactly.
You
You
see all the
know?
bruising and the brown marks and the red.
Yep. Yep. That's right. And they don't ever even notice that. Have you noticed that? People just don't pay attention.
They just figure it's just either dirt or it's just the way it is. They
Yeah.
don't think anything of it.
Yeah. They haven't been taught to understand. Um, now you're really seeing the width of the periopal here. I mean, this whole thing is really starting to change. The back of this foot now, see, you can see where I'm really cleaning this out now. And I had really black hard frog in here and over to the side, and I just really thinned that down and cleaned it up. Um, and then I booted him. And okay, again, uh forgot what I was gonna say. Oh,
You booted him.
I booted him because I know I'm taking off a substantial amount of frog. and that it could be tender. And I want to protect what I'm doing here. Plus, I want to keep it wet because I have just created a situation where stuff can move if it's able to stay moist. See? Let me see what I got going this way. Okay, this is a different foot, which I'm working on that foot. Now, something else is going on. So this foot, I have had this weird cracking that's been clear up to here for years. And I noticed that now as I am doing more to release the back of the foot and the frog, that my hoof wall grew out better and I haven't got that cracking like I did. Like I'm believing this is all going to, I could go back and we could look at this foot for years and you would see that it has looked like that this high up for like ever. Okay. But now, since I'm doing more, understanding more to release the back of the foot, it's growing out with a better quality of hoof wall. Plus, I did a big notch in this foot, and I think that along with what I did in the back really helped it a lot. So anyway, so now it's down to here. And of course, this is the side where this heel was way trimmed out more. So I know this heel is crushed, but I'm still hoping that everything will come in and be better. So anyway, that's the other foot inside. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so here is this here's Valor's foot again. Now, interesting. Here's the bulb is right here. Look at the difference in what is frog and what is bulb and periopal skin now.
Is that left side turning to like the letter U?
Right here.
Yeah.
Well, what it is let me annotate here. What it is this side is still curled more in like that. To whereas, and this side probably too, you just can't see it. I think it goes up about like that, but maybe not. When you look on these feet, uh, I mean, kind of here, I'm just seeing that the bulb is here, but here maybe in a little more. Not sure. But boy, the coloring is sure interesting, you know, and the different textures. And here you can see how the frog lips are curved around. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, the coloring I'm getting amazed at here. So you see, I have thinned down these bars. Guess what? Have not had any problem at all with heels collapsing forward. In fact, just the opposite. This foot is pulling those heels back. So the foot is stronger than the capsule, ultimately. And of course, I've got some of that hook trimmed out here because you would find that the bars would be curved. Can you see how that frog lip is curved, how they're both basically curved? But I found, you can see this real dark frog here. I found really thick dark frog in here that I had never, or at least in years, had several years now, had probably not trimmed out as much as I should have. And there's that.
Linda, I wonder what would happen if you took more of that hook out.
Of the what? More of the hook. Well, I'm trying to, but you see that little bit of red right there? I'm running into close to getting into the heel right there.
Got it.
Um
Okay.
I've
Because
been wondering that too.
I've been experimenting with my horse, and especially on one side, like
Uh-huh.
it's really hooked in more than the other, and I just started cutting it off.
Okay. Well, I see I
And
was wondering too. Like
it
I wonder
I've
if I
done
could
what you did, and I've also hit the red and had to stop
okay.
until it moves.
Okay. What about I wonder though if it would if you could take it not all the way down, just take like let's see.
that's what I've done. That's what I've done. I've just tried to take what shouldn't be there, to
Like
try to
that?
encourage it to grow in a different direction.
Okay.
I'll have to take a picture of it and show you next week
Yeah,
because I'm
I'd
not
like to
home.
see.
But
Okay.
but his right hoof on the outside is the lateral side, right? Yes. The lateral side, it really wants to curl in, and I've been
Uh,
battling with it on that hoof because that hoof is really the heel is lower.
okay.
And I've I've just been like trying to take off what I don't think belongs, and I just think about like if I could physically spread the foot apart, right? Like if his
Hmm.
whole capsule was pliable, if I could push it out, then,
Yeah.
you know, so
Yeah.
if I could, I just picture like kind of grab it. I can't do that. I can't make it go, but I can cut off what is preventing the the flow of the hoof from going out instead of
Uh-huh.
curling in. I'm just like cutting the flow, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, it does.
I'm about to go in an area where I know I'm going to lose you guys. I'm driving, but I just want to add that in.
Okay.
You know, maybe it's just like a dog's quick, where if you cut it closer each time, it backs up. Uh, each time you get a little closer, it
Uh-huh.
backs up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I
Uh,
understand what you're saying. Well,
and
and it weakens it so that it's easier for it to turn and push out. Like this almost looks twisted here.
yeah,
Um, yeah, because kind of thinking about how we started all this and looking at Rachel's horse, how
I'm gonna say goodbye. I know I'm gonna lose you going into
okay,
a dead area.
okay, thanks for sharing
But
that and
okay,
share that with me next week, would you? The
okay, I
pictures?
will.
Okay,
Yes.
thank
All
you.
right. Okay. Bye bye.
Okay, so what I want, I just was thinking about what we were looking at Rachel's horse and how those heels, just a minute, go back to this color. Those heels were were out like this, and then uh the top part here, this part got pulled in like that. Okay. So now I want this part to come out more. And I'm also wanting this heel up here. Well, let's see. This heel up here to come out more this way. So I too am wondering if I could just like cut off a part of this, not go all the way down, but just the hook itself right there. You know, because I still have weight bearing. I don't know. Anyway, something to think about. Because again, what am I wanting? I'm wanting this here that's twisted in that way to be pointed more this way instead of that way. So we'll see. As it is right now, I have really brought down my frog, got rid of some old dead hard stuff that was buried in there. And so what we're wanting is we're wanting this bulb to pull out this way and that way. And we'll see how it goes. You'll get to see next week and stuff. Right now he's out in his little booties and seems to be doing plumb fine. Now here's the thing too. As the frog functions, okay, and the digital cushion pushes down and this whole area here gets pushed down, it is going to force the heels apart. So that will force this part wider as well. But you would see here why you know, if this is all grown together like this into one unit, you can see why you have to keep thinning this out and making a slight cut here so that it can press apart and pull apart. Okay. Okay, well, let me see here. Hold on. Stop share for a second. Okay. Just a second. Okay, I want to show you this picture here because this is interesting. Um, let's see. Okay, so I did that trim and then a day later, or well, no, this is before I trimmed that frog up like that, I think. Let's see. I'm not sure which direction I'm going. Hold on, let me look. Um, okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. When is that? Property. That's May 4th. So I got some from May 4th and 5th, I think. Yeah, May 4th. I don't remember. But anyway, let's look at this. Um, share. Okay, so this is before I trimmed that frog down like that. Um, so, okay. So just taking all the pictures. I have 3.5 inches to work with. And there's something I want you to see here. That's the inside. Again, this heel is more run forward, see? Okay, so a week ago, I had trimmed this frog up, and this is, remember I told you, you get this brown color when stuff moves? Okay. And I've got over 2.5 inches, or well, I've got almost 2.25 or a half inch of heel. I was just doing all the measuring. So what I was finding was that this frog was very old because, again, you're learning to trim by feel too, how firm it feels. And see that dark, dark, dark stuff down in there? That was hidden down in there. Old, old, old. So what I noticed again, as this is being released, is that the frog itself gets more plump and is released from the bottom of the foot instead of being smashed up in with a bunch of dead frog, that the frog itself gets plumper, and that is the internal frog. So I started cleaning that up in there and around the sides.
Linda,
Yeah.
how deep do we go on the sides to get all that black stuff out?
Well, you want to be careful, but you'll feel it. You know, you'll feel
Okay.
it. And you can go clear up into here, all along the side and deep into there.
I know some of the stuff on Dolly's feet is a black mud from the pasture, so I'm not sure how much is
Yeah.
black mud and how much is black frog. I don't know.
Oh, well, see, but see, I wash my feet, I scrub my feet. So that's why I scrub them so that
Yeah,
I
I
know,
do too, but I'm not,
you know.
I still can't get all the stuff out of the bottom, and I'm not sure how much is dirt and how much is foot.
Yeah. Well, just once you start carving on it,
If
you
it bleeds,
know.
I quit, right?
Yeah. Yeah, quit. Quit if it bleeds. You don't want that. And again, you don't want that, but there's always that possibility, you
I
know.
did it once long ago. She survived. So did I.
So, okay, so I'm just taking more of that off there. Now we're gonna go past. Okay, this is what I want you to see. Look at the frog. It's not, and don't let anybody tell you that's a prolapse frog. It's not. What you're seeing is when the horse bears weight, the frog naturally pushes down. You see what I'm saying? So you don't have to lower heels to the height of the frog. This frog needs to function and be able to press down and up, down and up, down and up. And so the weight of the horse and on the pastern and the pastern descending onto this digital cushion pushes the frog down, and then it rises up again, down and up, down and up. And that's where the stimulation comes from and the correct function, because it's supposed to have pressure exerting up on it. And of course, I've got my frog pretty thinned out so that it will push these heels apart. But then once the frog gets into place and you regrow all the frog, then it becomes this amazing part of the suspension system, to where when the pastern is pushing down, it is giving tremendous resistance and buoyancy to that foot. So anyway, I started trimming this out here that I never quite trimmed out like that before, to follow the shape of the distorted frog lips. So I just wanted to take pictures of it. And you see, I have started trying to always clean this out now. And where before I kind of do it so and blah, blah, blah. Now I'm seeing that it is very important to get as much of this cleared and cleaned as you can. So there, I still had some more of that black stuff in there. Anyway, wound up. That's about where I wound up, was right there. But still, looking at this picture, the coronary band here is just so different from what it's been before, uh, as everything starts moving back into place. Okay, so that's all I'm going to talk on that. Any questions or anything? Because now we're going to do some more hoof evaluations.
No, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so let's go back to Rachel. Are you still there?
I'm still here.
Okay, so do you have some questions?
Uh, what do I do?
You're not supposed to ask that.
Trim out the frog more
Yeah,
and take off the hooks.
yeah. And when you get your Prox on, start cleaning up the sole and thin down the bars on the sides if there's any there that you're not seeing. They could be feathered out over the whole heel area. I don't know, but if you get a chance, if you could wash your feet really good and then take some pictures so we can really see that area,
Okay.
that'd help a lot. Okay?
Okay. And I've
Okay.
been afraid to touch her sole very much, especially in the front on that rotated foot.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't worry about that right now. You can still lightly clean stuff up though, so that you don't wind up with a bunch of lumps and bumps.
Okay.
And especially alongside the frog and into the heel and stuff like that. Just a general cleaning up of
Okay.
any lumps and bumps and stuff like that. Okay, so who else wanted to look at their horse's feet?
No, before that, Linda, I have a question.
Oh, okay.
When you say wakening the bar, do you mean take the outer wall off, or do you mean to shorten it, keeping following the white line, its white line?
Yeah, probably both. You want to trim your
I,
bars to where they're supposed to be by the mapping, but then also uh, thinning out thinning out that bar wall uh, to me has only helped. Okay, but also
uh-huh.
you're wanting to grow in some heel if you have no heels. You know, uh, some of this stuff you're just growing. I still don't think thinning bars down though is going to hurt that. But for a lot of people who don't have any heels at all and their bulbs and hairline are totally on the ground, the main thing you got to do is allow the whole heel quarter to grow and to get longer than the sole. And it may not seem like your heels are growing at all, but what is happening during that time is the growth will be staying up at the top in the capsule. And so this happens a lot to people. Well, my heels just don't grow. Well, they probably are growing, but the growth is staying in up at the top. And so
Yeah.
that's what you want. It'll be a while before you see any actual growth come out at the bottom because the foot wants to enlarge the capsule again. And so as it's growing down out of the coronary band from the top, it stays up there. And then it adds it adds wall into the capsule, making the capsule bigger so that by the time it's growing down to where it'll grow all the way down and out the bottom, and you're noticing that heel is growing, it has added enough wall into the capsule that it can do that.
Yes, it's the volume that you gain.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
So
Yeah.
at
What
that
Greek word
stage,
is that?
then you're taking toe and leaving heel, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you are, but you don't necessarily also have to take a whole bunch of toe. Um, there's kind of a balance there. Uh,
Right.
because if you leave a little toe, it puts pressure on the back of the foot pulling up, as if, just like when your shoes are too big, how your heel wants to come out of the back and stuff. So a little pull on the back of the foot is good because that encourages that growth to stay up in the back of the foot even more. Say, because it's pulling on that whole area, it's pulling up and it's growing at the same time. So the growth is staying up more in the capsule than pushing down even more. To where if you're constantly taking the toe way down, um, then you lose that benefit of that little bit of leverage that it will put on the back of that foot to pull it up. Okay.
Sounds good, thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay, so Tiffany, how's go with your horse?
Hello, thank you for asking. I think we're going in a good direction, but I'd like
Okay,
to hear your opinion.
sure.
Something interesting is happening with his left hind. I
Okay,
sent you images via Facebook Messenger.
okay. I'll go there.
The topic of frogs. It's growing. It looks like it has a plug that's growing up.
That plug?
Yeah.
Was it you that was talking? Somebody was talking about plugs.
Nope. I'm just introducing plugs now, but
Okay, well, somebody else was talking about them.
it's an interesting,
Let's
like,
see.
in my opinion, it looks like the bulbs separated and
Okay, let's see. Share.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
Okay, well, let's take a look.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so, oh, that thing. Yes,
Yeah,
that is the periopal rope that has grown down between the bulbs. You can take that off. You can take all that off.
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yepper, I would just,
It's not sensitive?
it shouldn't be. It's just periopal, you know. Now were you gonna get a Proxon
I know
or
you.
did you?
I have a hoof boss.
Oh,
I've
that's right.
I've been turning it on and off near him. The minute I
Okay.
bring the device close to him, it's amazing how small he makes himself and crisscrosses and tippy taps around. It's heartbreaking. So we're working on it.
Okay.
I touched his frog with the
Like,
sandpapery one, and he almost went into orbit.
okay. Okay. Well, um, let's see.
Can I say something in that department?
Let's.
My horse also went into orbit. Okay. So I had a huge bag of very small cut up carrots. So I turned it on, turned it off, gave him a carrot, turned it on, eventually just touched the outside of his hoof with it not really running, so it wouldn't do anything. And eventually he's like, oh. And I eventually got him to the point using a carrot. I would just put his foot back down and go, see, you didn't die. You're going to live. Here's a carrot. Then I would do it. And I just kept doing that. And then finally one day I kept doing it. And then eventually he'd be like letting me touch the bottom of it with it on, but not working. And then one day I just decided to hold on for a minute to the foot and did an actual little bit of work, put the foot down, said, see, you didn't die, gave him a carrot. And I've done it now with like 6 horses that all have been freaky.
Hey, that sounds like a great idea.
It's, positive reinforcement, you didn't die.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
familiar with it. That's where we're at. We're just going at his pace.
Okay.
Right. And, so just keep at it. You'll get it.
Yeah. Think about it as a horse, way to a horse's heart and mind is through his stomach. You know, they'll roll over and play
Bingo.
dead for a treat, right? You know, uh, yeah. So, well,
Carrots are a small price to pay for being able to work with power tools.
yeah, no kidding and stuff. Well, see now, when 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 we went through this stage where we're going to trim horses for a while when I first started, and I found out that one thing you don't want to do is like sneak up on them or like approach them like they're gonna be spooky. Because then they're watching you going, oh boy, she's scared of something. Wonder what it is and stuff. And so a lot of times I just go up, pick up a foot, and just go at it. And they just stand there. It was like really amazing, actually.
Yeah, that's what you do. You don't fight them per se, but you don't just let it slam down either. You hold it for a millisecond or two. And
Yeah.
I just kind of hold it and I move the power tool away from them while it's still on, but I don't turn it off.
Hmm.
I just move it away from them for a minute and then I bring it back in. And eventually they're just like, oh, I didn't die. I guess I'll live.
Yeah,
Okay, if I can interject, and I'm going to
sure.
take ownership of this portion of our training. There is also my naivete about how to
Yeah.
use this device, and so he could be sensing my nervousness
Oh,
because
sure.
I'm authentic. I'll tell him like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing with this thing. I'm just going to try to put it on your foot and then take it right off. So I could be perpetuating the tippy tappy get,
The fear.
small thing. I take ownership of that. It's the two of
Okay.
us that need to kind of just settle into this.
Hey,
I'm with
I
you,
can
Tiffany.
I can relate.
Thank you, whoever spoke up. Thank you.
Hey, but I can relate to you as well. Okay? You know, uh for sure.
It's
So,
funny. I got a Proxon and I could not wait to start using it on everybody. And my attitude was, guess what? We're all getting used to mom's new toy. And I was like, I could not wait to start using it. And it was funny because they all came around really quick when
yeah,
I just came at it like this is the new, like changing files or the first time you work with them and they don't know who you are.
yeah.
You just
But
you
the
stay calm, stay quiet, don't do anything fast, don't make any fast moves.
yeah, but the difference between you and Tiffany is you've been trimming horses, you know, and
It's true.
Tiffany has only worked with her own horses. And
But I do
and
the same
not
thing.
not overly much, so she's got to learn the whole thing, not only uh using a proxon with or whatever she got, which
Hoof
is a
wash.
whole new hoof boss, whole new deal, period. Okay, but even trimming the feet is a lot of that is just so new, and some of the stuff we're doing, okay, is like beyond the pale of what any of these trimmers do and stuff like that. So Tiffany, we do actually totally understand where you're coming from. We're just trying to offer you some suggestions, okay, dear?
I appreciate that. I feel seen and not judged. So thank you.
No, we're not
Oh, you're
judging you
not
at
judged.
all.
No, no, no.
No,
No
no,
judgment
no.
in this group anywhere.
No,
Nope,
like
nope.
I just taught my horse today that what an umbrella is again. And I'm like, guess what? It's raining and I'm not getting wet.
Taught him what an umbrella is.
So I had
Yeah.
a golf umbrella and we were under it and he was not amused. And I'm like, guess what? We're standing underneath the golf umbrella today. I am not getting wet. So, I mean, I do it with many different things. I don't just do it with his feet. I do it with him on many things that he views is not in his world that he should not be a part of.
Yeah.
So he kind of gets used to and trusts me on different things besides just his feet.
Yeah.
It's an
That's
all around
yeah.
thing.
Yeah. Okay, well, um yeah, I'm going to tell you that that is a periopal rope you got going there. Okay. And I'll show you a couple of different ones here because I was always seeing something weird and different and stuff like that. Now, you're going to be allowing this part of the heel to grow, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. Just okay. So,
Although I do have a question because there is that flare in the medial side.
mhm.
Uh, I really want to take it down, but I'm nervous that that will thwart the heel from opening up even further. So I'm a little bit stuck. So I'm relieved that's a periopal rope, and I'm happy to see if I can remove it.
Okay.
I'm wondering if, I guess I'm asking permission, can I take that hoof wall down all the way around, leaving the heels? And then I think that flare will go away.
Well, it's not a flare. Okay, so look at the back of the foot here. You see how this side's wider?
Wait, are you
Or
sharing?
here, am I? Maybe I'm not. Wait a minute.
I
Yeah,
thought
I saw your cursor moving.
okay,
Okay, let me
button.
annotate. Okay, so okay, you see the hairline here? Well, darn thing. Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, let's go from here over to here. See how this side's wider than this side?
Yes.
Okay, that's because this heel's been trimmed out more. Okay, and so this bulb is actually pulled down more, and this is not as much a flare as when this bulb was and heel was pulled down. It weakened the buttress, which is making the heel be pushed forward, which is causing the side to push out
Mm.
in a bulge. And so if you lower that side, it'll make it worse because then it'll be even weaker. And what'll happen is uh it'll well, it say that this tubule is going that way and stuff. These tubules kind of going this way. So if you lower that or mess with that, it'll just make it worse. And I know this for a fact because I went through this with my horse, and I tried to take out what I thought was a flare, but in reality, it was a bulge caused by the heel buttress being trimmed out. And see, look, you see the whole side of this foot is shaped different than that side, and that's what it's from here.
Can we go to the sole view because I feel like the medial side is the one with the flare.
Oh, okay. Well, I could be wrong. I mean, let's see. Sole view. Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, that guy.
Hold on. So you feel like this is this side.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's take save that image and let's open it up and let's uh reshare. Okay. And let's spin it around. And well, if you feel like this is the side, but this is the side you're wanting to take down.
No, ma'am. I'd like to take the medial side down with his tail. There.
Oh, that's the side you want to take down.
I'm happy with the lateral side, I thought. But you can convince me not to be.
No, 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 no. I could have been reading it wrong there.
To be honest, it's a little bit of a tricky hoof because I feel like I have two hooves in one, and I think this was Elena's comment from a long time ago. One side was running forward and the other side wasn't, but it was too advanced for me to follow along. And now I
Okay.
think I understand what's happening. I've got one side that runs slightly more forward, the medial side with the flare, and my lateral side. To me, I was like, "Ooh, that's advanced. That's good."
Let's see here. I could have been reading that wrong. That is for sure. Okay. Just a second here. Oh, okay. Copy. Okay. I want to get this foot straight
Thank you.
because that makes a difference too.
Totally. I tried to do that on my phone, but I couldn't get it in time. Thank you.
Okay. You're right. I was wrong. And so it doesn't matter if it's this side or that side, it's the same thing going on. If you take this side down more, uh then it's going to perpetuate it. See how that's wide. See, look, the bulbs, it's the same deal. It's just the opposite side.
Yep.
Just a minute. Let me do
I
this.
see that the bulbs are different.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. See there how wide that one is and this one more narrow. I don't know why that seemed the opposite in that other picture.
I think maybe the camera wasn't exactly square at the back.
Something. Well, have you ever noticed how sometimes cameras reverse stuff? Does anybody notice that? Like you'll be watching somebody on a video and they'll have a t-shirt on and the letters are backwards.
Oh,
Yes.
that if they have their phone in selfie mode, that'll do that.
Oh, okay. Anyway, it's the same deal. That in this case, this heel got trimmed out more and well,
It runs more forward,
yeah,
for sure. So
yes. So
I just,
it's pushing this wall out like that.
that's right.
So
And to me, I look at it like a wrinkle in a t-shirt. And if I could just pull it straight and iron it, it will be in the correct place. I just don't know how to do that.
yeah, well, part of something you can do that is to trim this bar off here. See? See all this bar? That's gonna
I
uh
do.
hold it there
Okay.
so that it couldn't. If you took all this off, all that's gonna do is make it worse and it'll be pushed out more and stuff. And then this bar is gonna push over more too. So what you have to do is you have to trim off some of this frog here
Okay.
and then trim this bar over
Okay.
here, and that'll start to help it right there. Do you see the different shape in the frog too?
Yeah, it's like one's wearing a push-up bra and the other one isn't.
Yeah. Let's a minute here.
But I want him to be perky.
I want them to be perky. I want my bulbs to be perky. I do. I had a meme of a bra on bulbs. I went, your bulbs are not boobs. You don't want cleavage.
I remember
No.
that.
Yeah. Let's see here. I lost my annotate. I've lost everything. Oh, there it is.
So would you believe I trimmed that bar this morning?
Really?
Obviously not enough, but yeah.
Okay. Well,
So I've got
you
to do
know,
better.
you're doing pretty good over here. Okay. Um, just a minute here. Okay, there we go. Okay, so ideally, that's where your bar should be. See it? I already know that you got too much apex, but this one's pretty
Yes.
close.
Okay.
Okay, now the frog is like this.
Okay.
Now look at this one. See how it's less? You got less filling this up. So do you see how if the heel was trimmed out more and it got shoved forward and it causes this bulb, how it's going to pull the bar that way and the frog corium that way too.
Okay. I feel comfortable with my knife to take that side of the frog, the medial side of the frog
Okay, that
back.
frog looks hard, is it?
Yeah, and I've been really aggressive. I went down to the corium. I made this poor horse bleed, and I know you guys are like, it's okay. I mean, it was to
No.
the corium. I mean, it was deep.
Well, he just hasn't got his frog renewed enough to grow properly, but it will. It will.
Okay.
And one thing you want to do is take the apex of your frog back more.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, really chop that thing off
Okay.
right there because I know that that is too far forward. And
Holding
so,
me back.
and
Okay.
you probably take off this and be a little careful because it can get kind of close right there,
Mm.
but just trim up that chunk there because
Okay.
that'll help all this go back in.
That's not scary. I can do that.
Okay.
Okay. But then leave the wall, right? Like don't touch his wall yet.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
address.
No, I would leave it.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks,
Okay.
everyone.
Oh, you're welcome. Big old sturdy Morgan feet.
God
He
bless
is
him.
he is a Morgan, right?
He's part Morgan, part
Yeah.
Persian.
Oh, well, crying out loud. Yeah.
And that's my dog snoring. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, well, I think that's pretty much it for today. Hey, Roberta, I see you there. I'm pretty sure that's Roberta.
It's me.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
How is Cheyenne doing?
Oh, I don't know. She's fine, I guess. I've been trying to deal with building fence and you name it.
How are you doing
Uh,
with your tick situation?
Oh God,
Oh
they're
God, that's
awful.
you know what
Yeah.
I thought might work is ivermectin pour-on for cattle.
Well, you know the Ultra Boss works.
Uh-huh.
It's just you're not supposed to apply except once every 3 weeks, and they're back
Yeah.
to almost little less than 2 weeks. But I think I'm just going to do a track up here on the hill
Uh-huh.
so they won't have the whole pasture. I've,
Yeah.
I've got to do something. They're pretty bad. They're awful.
If you get a chance to, would you take a picture? I'd like to see.
I sure will. I've even saved some in a jar.
You know, I have never heard of such a thing. Is there a special name for these ticks? Have you heard anything from like the agriculture extension office or something like that?
Yeah, but I don't know how to spell it. I'll get the name and send it.
And is this some sort of new tick?
It's a new tick. Mm-hmm.
What the hell? You
I
know?
know, right? They didn't think it reached this far over,
Hmm.
but of course it did. And this was
Where'd it come from?
2 years ago. I haven't gotten into all that.
Some laboratory somewhere.
Probably.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's the weirdest thing. It's a clear body, like a off white to clear, and they're real small with a dark head.
That's horrible.
It's not a seed tick. It's nothing like they're small, and they
And
cause.
clear. So hard to see.
Yeah, well, it's like an off white and some to clear, but yeah, it's and they cause the side effects are awful. It's like 24-hour scratching. The
This
horses
is
are
this
miserable.
is this is really wicked. You know what?
Yeah.
Um, let's see. Clear tick.
Do clear to off white.
Clear.
Another good reason to live way up north where it gets nasty cold.
Yeah. And put in Southwest Virginia.
These suckers. You got to know it come from a lab because they've been purposely breeding and releasing ticks with diseases on the population. Um, oh, that's just a conspiracy theory. Hey, if you haven't figured out yet, they're trying to kill us. Okay,
You're
you aren't
right.
very good at research.
Yeah.
Okay, and not only do they want to kill us, they want to do it, make us suffer a lot first. You know. Uh, oh, there's that Linda. She's a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, guess what? We're finding out all these conspiracies were true, aren't we?
Yeah.
Uh, what was it? I seen deal the other day. Uh, the head CEO of the CDC knew. He's like talking about knew that a certain uh jab didn't keep you from getting the thing. How about that?
Of course they knew.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
see?
Follow the money. Follow the
Yep,
money.
yep. Okay, so I'm gonna share this. Just a minute. Share. Okay, well, look at these nasty things. Well, there's a big ugly. Oh, what is a white tick?
Those
So,
are those have blood in them.
yeah. Is
These
anything like this? Lone Star American Dog, black-legged,
those have been here for a long time.
perilous tick. That doesn't sound good.
Not
Bush tick, brown
I was
dog
bit by
tick.
a Lone Star tick. It made me intolerant to meat. I can't eat like cow or pork.
That stinks.
Lone
See,
Star tick.
Why?
Mhm.
And they had to have designed, that's a designer tick. You know what? Though for the people that are wanting to get rid of cows. See? Get rid of all the cows. You can start eating bugs. Okay, well, mm. Oh my God, look at here. These are all different kinds of ticks. Western blackleg, Rocky Mountain wood, Gulf Coast, Lone Star, brown dog, American dog. So totally different than all these, huh?
Oh yeah.
So somebody had to breed that sucker, right? In a lab. Uh, and they make you itch all over.
Horses anyway.
Gulf Coast Gulf Coast tick. Look, it's kind of whitish.
Nope.
Well, how about that? Ugly dang things. Nasty, nasty. Now, see, look at that. I got Rocky Mountain spotted tick fever 2 years ago. And I went and I had a tick bite here several weeks ago. And because of everything going on, I couldn't get to the doctor, but it started out as bullseye and turned into a rash.
Mm.
And so I went to this clinic down here. And of course, this day Neil was having an operation and all this stuff. I went to this clinic and this walk in, and I went in, and this gal seen me, and she goes, "So, do you want to tick?" And I had pictures and everything. She goes, "So, do you want a tick panel?" I went, "Yeah, okay, I'll order you one." You know, it may not come back for a while. Oh, it may not come back for a while. I went, "That's okay, I'll get one anyway." Then she just goes to walk out. And I said, "Well, are you going to give me a prescription for doxycycline?" And she goes, "Well, you know, it's only one pill." And I go, "What do you mean it's only one pill?" "Yeah, that's it. That's the recommended dosage. Just one pill."
What?
Yeah. And it upset me. Okay. It upset me. I mean, first of all, I had the tick white bite at least a week and a half before that. And it's still a big, ugly red rash. Okay.
Mm.
Um, so I got mad and I'm gonna file a complaint. And I I go in to the pharmacy because it's all the same place. It's freaking clinic, you know. I go into the pharmacy and I said, what do you prescribe for ticks? Tick bites. Where in the world would somebody get the idea you only take one pill? One pill. First of all, the fact that she was not going to prescribe anything to begin with, and it had been over a week since I got bit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so they're all like jumping around, and they hand me a paper, or they show me a paper where the CDC, which you don't trust them jerks anyway, the CDC said, uh, uh, oh, one pill of 200 milligrams is enough. This is the guidelines from 2020. Okay. And but I'm seeing on I guess though that's if you just got bit. Like that day. You know what I mean? And but when I Google, it says 1 to 2 weeks of 2 pills a day,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so so I'm gonna complain, but I had to leave, so I didn't get a chance to. And so I'm going back and file a complaint against her. First of all, she's a snotty little twit anyway, you know, because they're all anyway, they're all that at that clinic. But anyway, I wonder how many people are getting Lyme's disease and everything else because of this twit, you know. And
So
it was
did you
her,
get more? Did you get more medication?
no, And I never got the tick panel either because I was ticked and I had to get out of there. I was ticked. Oh, no pun intended.
You're
Okay.
funny.
Okay. So, but I'm going back over there. And I'm going to file
I
a
hope
complaint
you
against
do.
her.
I wish
Yeah.
I could go with you, buddy.
Yeah. Um,
I put her in a headlock.
they're so afraid of giving people, especially at these clinics, because they're wanting to kill you anyway. Okay. They're so afraid of giving people antibiotics. You know?
Is her horse suffering from sweet itch?
No, honey. I no, it's the tick. Because when I first put that Ultra Boss on, less than 12 hours, well, they pretty much drop immediately. And some stay in, but they're dead. And the bumps that they have just surrounding the tick have gone down. But of course, where they've scratched so much, those spots are there. But I mean, that's how quick it is. It's crazy. It's the weirdest thing ever.
No, I'm curious because
Now, if you had
I live in
cattle,
Pennsylvania, so I'm wondering, what it is because I'm not that far from you.
that's right. But the ticks haven't got over there that far yet. And I hope they don't.
Well, they're going to wind up everywhere. Where now do you see it here anywhere? New tick species spreading in Michigan. Hey, not supposed to be up there. It's cold. New tick species found in Wisconsin. New Australian tick species discovered. New invasive tick. Well, crying out loud, there's a zillion of them. You know? Huh.
Yeah.
New. Yeah, like where does this new come from? Some laboratory somewhere.
You know they're going to blame it on the deer, don't you?
Oh, they'll find something to blame it on. Yeah, it's not the deer, it's
Yep.
them. It's them.
Yep.
Uh, same people have been you know, same people have been experimenting on beagles for the last 40 years that they just
Climate
shut
change.
down. Yeah. Oh, climate change. Yeah. Yeah, climate change is causing a new brand of tick right out of our laboratory. So,
Saw yesterday that the ice cap in Antarctica is increasing.
oh really?
Yep, Newsmax.
How about that? What that well, they'll come up with some reason for that, but whatever. Uh too many experiments going on. In what was it? This one deal I just heard of oh, is it Yemen or Qatar that have been paying billions to these colleges for their research? Paying for the research and paying to get the research in all kinds of things. You know, stuff like that, see? So, got to put a stop to this stuff. This research and some of these experiments they're doing on people and on animals, it's just, the endless funds that they're receiving from overseas and everything like that. It has to stop. Anyway, we didn't mean to get into that. How did we get into ticks? Oh, I asked you about your horses
Yeah.
and the ticks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wouldn't be
I'll
surprising.
send you a I'll send you a picture.
Okay. Hey, here's another reason why they would invent ticks to throw into the forest. They don't want us in the forest. They don't want our ugly carbon footprint in there. See? And stuff. So that'll keep us out of the forest. There we go. Like we have forests all around here, but I wouldn't want to just go walking through it without a ton of spray on. You know what I mean? Because I'd be covered with ticks by the time
Yeah.
I got to the other side. So whatever.
I wipe the Ultra Boss on my boots and my pants.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I got to put something on anytime I go into anything that's brushy or anything like that. Yep.
yeah.
But a lot of people have gotten Lyme's disease, and I'll tell you what, it affects the rest of your life, you know? So this gal, uh, they've got to do something to correct her and her so-called bedside manner and prescription giving. Anyway, okay, I'll stop talking about all that because this was a hoof chat. Was. All right, so, okay, does anybody else have anything else to say? Not a nay. All right, well, we're getting out early today.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I haven't finished the last one yet.
Oh.
I haven't either. I'm halfway through.
Oh my God, I don't know how that wound up being so long. It was
I'm like, oh my
crazy.
God, it's 8 hours long.
Oh my goodness. Hey, people binge watch programs, you know.
I know, but hello.
People ask me, how can you talk about feet for 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours? What is there to say about hooves for that long?
Yeah, I know it's crazy, isn't it? Who'd
We
ever
find some.
thought? Just trim down the heels. Don't trim the toe callus and do a Mustang roll. There you go. Simple. Well, anyway, uh obviously it isn't that simple. So, okay, new spics. Yo, I don't even want to read that. Who wants to know? See? Oh, maybe they'll come up with a BACINE for the
I really want to know what that is.
TICBITES.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Some new uh what comes after N? What comes after Q? And what is the first letter of the alphabet? There you go. Some new things like that for us. There we go. Okay, well, ladies, I'm going to let you go. I'm looking at all this deadly stuff on the screen here. It's
Can we look
horrible.
at a pretty hoof before we quit?
Yes, we can.
Pick one, anyone, I don't care.
We can. Okay, let's do. Let's see here. Where do I need to go for that?
Or Rachel's pretty horse.
That would be good.
That's a good place to end.
Let's see. Okay, Facebook. Close that one. Go over here to share. Oh, there we go. There we go. How's that? She is
Perfect.
so pretty.
She is pretty.
Yeah.
She's gorgeous.
Yep. Oh, I hope we can do something good for her feet. You can see that just kills me there to be able to see that,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
And she stands with her feet back just a little bit.
Yep. Back camped under her. There. Okay, well, you guys, have a great week.
Thank you, you
And
too.
happy trimming. Hope you see lots of interesting things and learn lots of stuff.
Thank you.
Are you the only one left?
Oh, I
Nope.
see several.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't.
Nope. But we can leave if you need to be.
Oh, no. I was just trying to figure out. Okay, guys, have a great week. And
Thank you, Linda.
be talking to you later. Love you, dear.
Thank
Have
you,
a-
everyone.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye, girls. Bye.
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 Thank you.
Let's see.
Susie quit.